Hello everybody and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 once again. I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second, but just to quickly explain what I do.
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street, and New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So the value proposition for us starts with, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Yeah.
Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want,
is it
but
like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so collectibles, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. When you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately, and so if those companies are foregone, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game, it was a lot of fun, and so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
The graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really, it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the esport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment itself. So what is kind of, for somebody, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFTs, what's the stance on that?
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's one of the most strongest negatives about NFTs right now is the carbon footprint that these blockchains leave. And just to get not too technical, but just to talk really quickly through it, there's these things that essentially are used to confirm transactions. It's called a consensus mechanism.
Okay.
Essentially, it's how do you prove that the ledger is accurate?
That it happened,
right? And so Bitcoin and Ethereum currently use this thing called proof of work.
Okay.
And that uses a lot of energy, tons of energy. I mean, energy of small countries. So I do agree that on a per user basis, the electricity that's being used right now by the network is absolutely higher than it should be. That being said, Ethereum in particular is going through a change this year that's going to reduce the emissions by something like 99.5%.
Wow.
So it's really like, it's kind of like one of those things that is a current problem, but that problem gets solved really quickly.
Right.
And I sometimes question the areas that these narratives come from. Because when you think about it, right, like negative narratives tend to come from industries that don't want something to succeed. And you look at the things like crypto industries or whatnot. And there's a lot of industries that stand to lose if crypto wins. So I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of false narratives being perpetuated, especially around the environment. And the fact of the matter is whereas they are currently concerns, they very quickly become non-concerns.
Sure.
And a lot of actually the current blockchains that are being used actually already use this consensus mechanism.
Okay.
So really take very, very, very little power.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are you afraid that even after they fix this, the 99% goes on,
Sure.
Are you afraid that's going to damage the longevity of this idea, of this concept?
I think that it has the potential to, right?
Sure.
Because we're still in the early adoption phase.
Right.
And so anytime you get a narrative as strong, especially environmental ones, which I am very attuned with, environmental concerns, it alienates a large group of people. So there are groups of people, that like lobbyists for all intents and purposes that are taking the counterpoint and are essentially lobbying for the crypto industry. So lobbyists everywhere, basically.
Yeah, and I guess, so we've covered the NFT portion, we've covered a little bit of the gamer portion, but a gamer watching this, somebody gaming,
Absolutely.
Where's the benefit for them? What's the benefit of kind of the gaming NFT?
Absolutely. So I would say right now, very little. I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
But it's coming. And where it's coming is in the ability to own these in-game items and digital objects that you worked so hard to collect, that commemorate things that you've done, things that you've won. It connects to a lot of different things, particular in esports, but also just in everyday life.
Yeah.
Ticketing for events is there's a lot of ticketing vendors that are moving to this as some way to keep these tickets immortalized in your wallet forever. Once in a while I'll find a little piece of paper that reminds me that I went to a concert in 1987, but generally speaking, that I don't find those that often.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of really cool things, and I think that a lot of people get sort of, any nascent industry is going to have cash grabs and scams.
Right.
The internet had that in '99 and 2000 as well, but here we are. So, that's kind of how I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I know that I have learned a lot. I hope people watching have learned a lot as well, but I really appreciate all that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E-United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, VALORANT, Overwatch, and Smash, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E-United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E-United?
Yeah, E-United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to BattleRite, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E-United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey.
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more.
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro, these kids can try to go pro while being in college.
100%.
It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right, they're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time? No. Okay. All right. Oh, is it one of the links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god!
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup South Online Regional Qualifier. So this here qualifies you for our South event that is coming up. I'm so excited for it. This year we have so many amazing events planned for the collegiate college esports space. I'm your host, like always, Paulie Hype, and welcome to Championship Sunday. I'm really excited for this one here, as this event is sponsored by Esports U and Esports Foundry. Before we get over to it, I just want to give a shout out, obviously, to all the casters and competitors from day one. It was an amazing showing. You all did fantastic. You all did amazing to put on this event, and also production as well. You guys did such great things. And I just want to take a look before we start today. I want to just update everyone what the top 8 teams are from each game moving forward. So let's start with the big boy, VALORANT, right? So we have Winthrop. VALORANT in the #1 seed right now, taking on UT Dallas. That'll be coming up first here on the day. Georgia Tech Gold taking on TAMU Maroon. So Georgia Tech in the 13 seed. They'll be taking on TAMU Maroon in the 5th seed. TAMU White is this 2 seed. So 2 teams here from Texas A&M bringing in the white team and the maroon team. TAMU White is actually the 2 seed, and they will be the 3rd match here for the VALORANT, and they'll be taking on Converse University, new school there, not too familiar. UCF Knights as the 7th qualifying team in the 14th seed. UCF making their appearance, and I'm excited to see this one. And the 6th seed, we have Blinn Esports. So that's going to be the VALORANT top 8. And we'll be enjoying that today on twitch.tv/esportsu with Catnator and Ashcast like always. Let's go down the roster here for Rocket League coming up next. That will be on Esports U2 today. And we have UTA Esports in the #1 seed. That's University of Texas at Arlington, taking on the UCF Knights Rising. That'll be the 9th seed there. Moving down the 4th seed, we have Indian River State taking on UCF Academy. So both UCF teams, like usual, making it here to our final Sunday for the South Region Online Qualifier. 2nd seed is Florida International, FIU. And then the 7th seed is University of West Florida. So some interesting new schools here are coming down the line. And then last but not least, we have the 3 seed of UT Dallas taking on Bruton Parker Barons Rocket League. So some new schools here breaking into this online qualifier, and you're really excited to see it. That'll be on twitch.tv/esportsu2 to start the day. And obviously, we're going to have Bass from the Pass over there on the cast. And just for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we have UTA Esports in the 1 seed taking on UWG Wolves. In the 4 seed, we have Longhorn Smash taking on the University of South Florida, USF. Always good to see them. UTD Esports in the 2 seed. They'll be taking on the ODU Monarchs. So that'll be the 3rd for the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Again, this will be on twitch.tv/esportsu2 after following Rocket League. And then to round out Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we have UH Red taking on the SAG-U Lions. Some amazing stuff like always. But without further ado, enough hearing me ramble, enough seeing this mug on the camera. Let's throw it over for VALORANT on twitch.tv/esportsu with Catnator and Ashcast. And if you're at twitch.tv/esportsu2, our 2nd channel, don't forget we have Rocket League over there with Bass and Gompers. So without further ado, over to you guys. Let's bring in some college esports action. Championship Sunday starts right now.
Welcome back, everyone, and good morning. We are back for more VALORANT action today for the CECC Regional South Qualifiers. It's seeding time in playoffs, and we're going to kick things off in a best of 1 here for quarterfinals, starting things off with UCF Knights versus Blinn College. Welcome back, Kat. Thank you for being on the desk with me again today. How are you doing?
I'm doing so well. Always a pleasure to get to join you, Ashcast, and I'm excited for today. You know, yesterday was a treat. A couple upsets coming through. I think we saw some teams that we didn't quite expect to make it out of the group stage. A couple teams that struggled just a bit, looking at the Houston Premier roster. But at the end of the day, we make it through to the top 8. And you know, all these teams guaranteed qualification into what is going to be the Southern Region's closed qualifier. So now we're playing for that seeding. You know how serious that seeding can be. You don't want to go against the big dogs round number 1. That can be the difference sometimes, Ash. So these games just as important, if not more important than yesterday.
I mean, just as important. I wouldn't necessarily argue more important though. I mean, seeding definitely makes a difference, but at the very least they have qualified over. I think, ensuring that you do secure one of these top 8 spots, which all of these teams in quarterfinals have done so, is the main goal. But
Right.
seeding also does make a difference. It can determine how easy or how difficult of a run you're going to have going into the closed qualifiers for regionals. But we have a spicy matchup coming up first. Blinn College, I believe, is the current 6th seed from playoffs and
Yes.
14th there for UCF Knights. So why don't we say hello to our rosters by sending it over to the head-to-head. Let's take a look at Blinn College first.
All right, let's do it. These guys, they are the 6th seed going into things. They're the 7th seed over in our CVAL Hub Power Ranking. So just the rosters, credit on paper, pretty dang solid as well. We've got ourselves a look towards Shen, that duelist player. He's getting a lot of action early on Haven. That game we got to see them against Georgia Tech. That was a 13-6 win for him. We got Town, Black Moose, Mamaji, and Spaz leading up the charge. And these guys, they're mean. We'll see what they're able to get done here today. If they're able to keep moving forward, they had a pretty solid round number 1 victory against Crimson. It took them the distance, but they got it done in what was a triple overtime thriller 1917 scoreline. So these guys, they know what it's like to play long, hard days, and I expect them to make the rest of the way through the bracket. But they've got to take down what is this UCF Knights roster. It's not the rising side. It's the real deal. It's the 8 team this go around on the other side of things.
And it's a treat because we actually didn't get to see the A team yesterday on broadcast, but that's going to be brought to you by Beniper Bios, Akalai, Star Potato, Rudy, and Cookies and Cream. These are all pretty familiar names, I think, just like whether it's in the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene, but in collegiate as well. And I'm excited to see both these teams going head-to-head here. Unfortunately, no faces to go with the names this time around, but we are just about ready to head into the picks and bans if we want to take it over and see what we're going to be playing on here for the best of 1.
Absolutely. You hear that right there, folks. Best of 1 for this series in the quarterfinals. It'll be best of 1 for the semifinals as well. And we'll get a best of 3 later in the day for what is going to be the grand finals. So just know that we've got ourselves still a couple 1-map showings. So these teams still this morning, they're going to want to be awake. They're going to want to be ready to go. This is single elimination, 1 map to get things done to move forward in your seeding. So no slouching, no playing games. And, hopefully this UCF Knights roster ain't playing games because their captain, Beniper Bios, we had a chance to talk to these teams before things started, a chance for them to submit information on any fun facts, anything they wanted to shout out. And all Beniper told us was, man, my teammates are clowns. So I truly hope that, no clown noses today. No games played. I hope they've got the big boy shoes on rather than those clown shoes.
And we're taking it over to Icebox, which is a treat because we actually didn't get to see this map on stream yesterday played out. We were very fortunate to, have a very wide variety of maps to duke it out on, but Icebox is new to us, at least for the CECC South qualifiers. How are you feeling about this map pick?
I'm scared of Icebox.
You're scared of
I'm
Icebox?
terrified of Icebox. Yeah, because Icebox is an enabler, in my opinion.
Of?
If you got frag potential, Icebox is an absolute enabler for you. And once players start to get a little momentum, they start to get the shots on point, it's very hard to shut them down on this map.
That's fair. I think that Icebox can also, it definitely is a very scalable map where you kind of snowball on it, and that's kind of true to the name as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what agents we're going to see coming out. Likely, you're always going to see that standard Viper pick, Chamber as well. It's usually the core 2, but you can mix and match around for the rest of the agents for the most part. Are there any specific maybe combos or plays that you want to see coming through here, Kat?
What if I hit you with the other angle? What if I hit you on what I don't want to see?
Okay, you can hit me with the other angle. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask you how you feel about this. How do you feel about Icebox with no flasher?
I mean, I feel like if you're going to go that route, you have to invest more into your initiators for the info. So it's possible, like when you say flash, like are we counting out like near sights?
Near
and stuff
sights
like
aren't
that?
flashes. They're not flashes.
I know
They never will
they're
be.
not flashes.
They're not
I'm
flashes.
clarifying because some people do
yeah.
group them into the same
And
box.
I like that. I like that you're smart enough to know the difference. That's why Ash is a real one, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, near sights don't count. It's got to be a true flash. It's got to be a flash point. It's got to be a breach, something like that. Something like that.
You don't need it. I don't think you need it on Icebox. As long as you're investing in the right other pieces in your team composition. It's always easier to run a flash, right? I have a dedicated flasher, but when it comes down to it, you know, if you have near sights or even if you just have double initiator setups, as long as there's some sort of like drone utility and you're ensuring that you're using that to clear out any possible op angles, that's really what's most important.
Sure, that's true. There's a lot of cover on Icebox as well. I mean, a little bit less when you get onto the B site, but what is one toxic screen that makes a difference in that department? So yeah, I guess that is a pretty solid point. Not going to lie to you. Fade will give you the value. We'll get Sovas back into this one. I've been seeing a lot of teammates running Fade rather than running the Sova here on this map. So to see it back the other way, this is ancient in terms of compositions right now.
Yeah, these compositions are taking us a little far back in the meta. I'm actually really surprised to be seeing the Killjoy coming out on the side of
With the
Blinn.
chamber.
But it's also seeding, right? When it comes down
Yo,
to okay.
What? No, you can't. You're not hip on this.
Well, okay. Listen. Because it's seeding, it's possible that teams also won't want to bring out their main compositions. Don't give any footage over 4 regionals, 4 closed qualifiers. Keep that all tucked in your secret little black book and rip that out when it really counts. But when it comes to seeding, I don't know, maybe you want to do a little troll, catch your opponents off guard, see how you can mix it up a little. It's, you know, it's time for trial and error, test things out, experiment a little bit.
I don't know. 3 Sentinels whipped out here. The Killjoy, the Chamber, and the Sage. It's obviously just because Sentinels isn't at champs. And they're trying to get their kick of Sentinels back, you know what I mean?
But we've also seen like Town on the Battle Sage kind of vibes hits pretty hard. So I'm pretty sure they're also starting on defense
They're starting
first.
defensively.
Yeah, so it's like looking to rack up as many rounds on the defense as possible and maybe just like close it out early in attack before rifles get into play. Who knows?
Well, you need a lot of rounds.
Not gonna say it's gonna be easy. I'm just like, maybe that's the goal.
They're gonna need a lot of rounds up front here, because this is quite the defensive composition. And well, we'll see if they're able to get them. The Reyna sneaks out, and I'm telling you, Icebox, you scale the frag so quickly that this is the map where Reyna can really shine. So we'll see if that Duelist is gonna have that potential. Us will get kicked off here in what is day number 2. Drone down towards A. A very split default here for UCF early. Typically don't get to see that on the pistol of Icebox. Drone's caught a tag. And Kali's going to take some space. Move all the way forward to this toxic screen. And we'll be stalled here for now. Fuel about out. And then we can look to rescale.
Ooh, just playing that cheeky angle with the shotty. But know it's going to be pushing in because it's the A site that they're looking for here for UCF Knights. Kali already pushed on towards front site. The jump peek, though, is a bait because Staz is going to re-peek that. Secure the first 2 frags here on the side of Blinn.
Wall will go up towards CT. These 2 players have to be clear out of generator before this Knight squad can play any further. The Chamber lurk about to make contact, and so is Rudy. Picked up 1. They're not aware of the second player, though. Black Moose will tuck as well. He's picked up 1 before the trades are back in the other direction. The offensive side still kicking.
30 seconds left.
It's a 1-on-2 for Town. The Battle Sage themselves. Can they make this one possible? 24 seconds to play with. Walk around towards site. First player on rafters. Dinked, but alive. Rudy on the top ropes, and he'll finish the job. A 3K for the opposing Sage and a 1-0 scoreline for UCF.
Okay. Blinn, not able to secure the first round despite having the 3 Sentinels on lock, but at the same time, it's pistol round. it's kind of like pistol round's kind of like the Wild West. Like anything goes.
Yeah.
Random things can happen. You have no idea. People are playing like really weird sometimes, and whatever is up there. I'm sure that we'll see the potency of those 3 centis a little bit more once we do have board. But as things are going down, it's more of a default this time around here for UCF. Knights Town thinking that it was free. And, okay. Akali's also already just entered on their way towards A site. Like you said, scaling with these kills and frags is just so easy. Plus, Blinn already, they were heavily stacked towards B, and A was left alone with no senties in sight.
So Plant will indeed go down onto the A site. Then will keep 2 members up, and they've got quite nothing in the hands this round. So
One enemy
grab
remaining.
anything, and Akali not going to make that an easy task. Channel fault. Second frag now for the Reyna, and Mamaji has to hit a trade to walk forward unless they can make a cheeky TP happen. And oh well, use the util, still get caught. And Rudy jumping, vibing at Sky Zone for the final frag. Mamaji will fall 2-0. It's flawless fashion for the anti-eco.
Rifles finally in play here for Blinn, but if we take a quick look at what's going on as far as utility goes, what I think is interesting is you're going to see Blinn with this more heavy sack towards the B site. We've seen Town now moved over here towards A because that wall is super potent to cut off Maze, cut off any quick plant potential off from UCF Knights. But Kitchen, which is normally in control by the trademark, is going to be traded out for that Killjoy turret.
There's so much util for this team in regards to defensive angles in terms of extremities. So realistically, now they've got the util in the hands, they got the rifles. There should be a bit of a stone wall defense on its way. So that wall's already gone down towards the close side of sight here for Blinn. So you really have to be patient and efficient clearing util if you're CF.
Ooh, hidden and tucked from the drone. Just waiting here, Star Potato to throw down the toxic screen after UCF Knights scales up a little bit closer towards the choke point. You see that trademark going out for B main, for watch the lurk, and then the lurk towards mid to ensure nobody does cross that flank. 4 members will be moving up now, taking that maze control, throwing up the toxic screen to provide the cover needed. The wall to go up, and Black Moose has the shock lineup, so looking to do some damage on the planter here.
Yeah, will do some damage indeed, but has still gone down. Second shock pulled on its way, and it's found nothing. Drone will come through. I don't believe it's seen that Sage, but regardless, Blinn gonna wait for this retake. Remember, they're playing with 3 Sentinels, so there's not a ton of retake util. But Spaz will find the first frag. The cue to move forward. That toxic screen gonna cut off all this vision CT. These 2 Raptor players have to get out for contact first. Mom's gonna sneak through. They got the front side of sight. 3 from the top. We'll find one with the Spectre. Akali, Star Potato, all gonna get involved. It's just Cowan's trade. That's it. It has to do all the work now. A 1-on-3. A double spray down though, and suddenly things are even. A 3K for Town thus far. It's a Sage v Sage fight, and Town will win it out. A 4K for the Blinn College Sage. But can they grab the defuse? It'll be so very close, but they cannot finish the round out. It's 1 second, about 2, that's the difference in that one. UCF, they're able to find themselves a ticket to the site and a win on the round.
That's a massive bonus round to go up for UCF Knights. Now Blinn pushed into that eco position. That lineup there for Town to close things out was the flick over as well. Unfortunately, UCF Knights just wasn't able. Oh, wait, no. What am I even saying? They ran down the time,
Hey.
but not. Listen, it's been early in the
Don't do it
morning.
like that.
I don't even have coffee, and I had no caffeine
Oh.
ingested here
Oh,
for me.
no.
Had a 10-hour day yesterday. Cut me a little slack.
Star Potato cutting 0 slack. The eco team round. Mamaji gonna fall in towards mid. That wall get broken. Shen is gonna have a trade, and they're playing hard for this rifle. Beniper will punish him for it. One player to sneak into 2. The wall bangs are on their way, but they cannot quite find the player. Black Moose will escape with 60 HP to their name, and Akali has scooted by 2. player's rafters has picked up one. This back to safety for the second, but Town. Ooh, this man. Good for the 4K last round. Couldn't quite convert, but has converted a nice 1 dig into a rifle. We'll grab another. Rudy gonna fall. There's another 1v1 on its way, and Town can make this one winnable.
Oh.
But
One enemy
the 410
remaining.
player, and well, finally, Town will get shut down. Sniper has it. Cookies and cream. Oh, that one's a freebie. Wrapped up for cookies and cream. A 4-0 score line for UCF, and the defensive comp thus far has not found itself around.
Honestly, I think here for Blinn, we're actually seeing a timeout being called already. But on the side of Blinn, you know, you have Killjoy monopolizing kitchen and mid. You have the alarm bots being invested towards like the bottom mid, the push towards A. Meanwhile, you have the turret that's usually watching in kitchen. Town does do a really great job with the wall to slow down any push towards the A site. But I honestly feel like Killjoy could maybe get a little bit more use out of utility
100%.
towards sites, because there's no really value towards mid right now. You sometimes have cookies and cream lurking up, but I feel like at that point you just post somebody up towards deep mid / boiler area, have that trademark watching your kitchen, because at this point UCF Knights are largely avoiding mid as a whole, and it feels like just wasted util that's being thrown down.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll age myself for a second here, but I remember back in my day, we didn't have a chamber, and we all played Killjoy, and we got Killjoy setups over towards A. We got Viper setups single-handedly over towards B, and that's just how the cookie crumbled. So 1000%, there's KJ setups to be had on that site, and honestly, that Sage Wall, I love it. It looks mean, but the bark way scarier than the bite is. And UCF has realized so quickly, just waiting out the wall and then making executes happen. So definitely needs to be a redistribution of utility, and we'll see if we get that. They have opted to play pretty heavily into mid, and there has been opportunity there. Spotted players on the eco. They did manage to bring a rifle down earlier before Sniper unfortunately had that punish. Spaz will be the only player actually towards this A site. And so far, no one's scaled far enough for the offense to make it an issue. Kali the first to step in, and oh my goodness. It's a crispy one tap, but Sniper's going to have another. That's 2 players already down for Blinn, and make it a third, make it a 4th even. Why not throw all 5? And Black Moose not wanting that to be the case. We'll find one onto what is the lurking Reyna. UCF will walk into the B site. Plant will go down.
What's interesting too is that you saw how patient UCF Knights was in this round. Waited until this team on Blinn with 3 Sentinels just got so impatient they elected to go for the peaks. UCF Knights just played a passive default, let them walk into their crosshairs, aside from that lurk really deep into the A site. Now it's going to be Black Moose on the retake here with full shield in a 4v1 situation. You'd think that it might be, yeah, the timing. But regardless, what I was going to say was, might try to just go for the save in this case. Unfortunately, that doesn't come through here, scoring this 5-0 for UCF Knights. But on top of that, Kat, I think what would be interesting is, I mean, Town didn't use the wall early in that scenario. Now, not even playing towards the A site. I do hope that we see him continue to save it up, maybe wait for a post-plant situation, because that wall can be the most potent piece of util when trying to get that defuse down.
UCF acknowledging that full control they've got right now, and acknowledging the fact that Spin College team limited weaponry leads to shenanigans most of the time. Ecos and playing the absolute buddy system. This one, the group pack will lead their way in towards A. Akali going to be the first player yet again. That Reyna's consistently dragging in this department. Lear's going to be out. Barely tucks what is those share shots. Gets out of dodge. That's a slow orb donated from Blinn College to stopping this push off, and UCF will head away. Second slow orb.
Oh, and the relurk to come through from the Reyna. Akali's just waiting, seeing if anyone pushed through here from Blinn College. Actually doesn't get sought out by that recon, so the scaling does manage to keep that depth, but oh wait, hold on.
Okay.
The wall bang, Black Moose, hello.
Yeah, Talon will grab another, and
30 seconds left.
there's the Eco team starting to catch fire. 25 seconds in the round, and Viper is answered back. Cookies and Cream, the push forward, and these two players are gonna find themselves 3 picks. They're in the side and Blinn. Can they find answers? Viper's pick gonna go down to solidify this one. Cookies and Cream Headhunter take down Spaz. Mama to jump into things. A right click to come through. Will take a share for their troubles. Guardian hands for Mamaji. Will step into the pit. Viper's ready. 3K for the Sova, and it's a 6-0 score line to start out the day. UCF, they are caffeinated for sure over there. Not sure what energy drinks in the lab, but these guys are absolutely off it.
Man, someone check his PC over there on Black Moose. That wall bang just completely hitting its mark. But okay, just reeling it in a little bit. We're back on a rifling round here for Blinn. They also have 4 ultimates.
You want to play? Let's play.
Luckily, if they can't secure this round, Mamaji will have the tool de force going into the next round. But as it stands, this is the first time we're seeing UCF Knights heading towards B as a full stack here towards main. Lit up by quite a bit of utility, but trying to make the push down towards site to get this plant secured. Pretty seeing rotations come through, but there's going to be that Hunter's Fury to deny it. Just staving off this plant for a little bit longer. The rotation is coming in as Cookies and Cream does crawl up towards A, but you're also going to see the Viper here for UCF Knights with a late lurk on B.
Yeah, so much extremity control. This chamber's been on the space site for so long. It's cleared all of the KJ utility. Forces this Blinn College defense to really do their due diligence in keeping players everywhere on the map. Swarms to come through for the Killjoy, and they've been able to get in front of the crosshair of Cookies and Cream and sneak into the cross. So they're down in the back of sight. Lockdown's going to come through, and UCF forced to play off of this one. Should have an angle, though, for this tour de force deep down belt.
There's a counter Hunter's Fury, though, available as well. That's going to be thrown out here, and unfortunately, Mamaji not able to secure the kill on the lurk in flank. Now, the defuse is actually going to get stuck, but doesn't matter because the repeat does come through. 7-0 here, a clean series so far for UCF Knights.
A massive moment on the flank for Mamaji, a chance to completely shut down that team that is being funneled in by the lockdown, but the moment just too big and the Guardian shots just can't come through. Makes all the difference there for UCF, allows Cookies and Cream the chance to take a shot from Belt, keeps the rest of the squad alive and active, takes down that spike diffuser, because that did get pretty close after what was going to be that hole. The player on the team tried to stay in front of them, make sure they stayed alive, and well, it's a 7-0 run. It's a 7-0 score line right now for UCF, playing against what is not even arguably what is a defensive composition and absolutely thriving against it.
Viper's Pit does come through here for the A site, so UCF Knights are actually electing to walk through the poison orb laid down by their Viper. The Leer to come out as well, but Town's watching with the head tap to get one. This actually is going to force out a resurrection to come through here for UCF, but Blinn College still looking to try and equalize here, turning into a 3v3.
This team's not allowed to buy rifles any longer. These ecos for Blinn College
Sheriffs only.
So very close. I'll pick up some rifles now. Spaz a Stinger. We'll find Star Potato, and it's the man advantage now for Blinn College. Mamaji a chance for Viper, and Black Moose will come through under tube to finish off that frag. Cookies and Cream, 1-on-3. The alarm bot will spot him, and Blinn College will start to triangulate onto this player's positioning. Will be one close. The Cubby and Mamaji will hit the shot with the tour de force. It's an eco round for Blinn College. They're on the board in round 8.
UCF Knights, though, still have a lot of money to work with here. We've got a nice amount of cushion amassed, in not only rounds, but also creds. But at the very least, with winning out this thrifty round here for Blinn, it puts their economy position a little bit closer, actually, to UCF, because they're able to retrieve those guns that were dropped and then take them into this round. Mamaji now picking up the operator in hand. A lot of ultimates were also invested to convert the round there for Blinn. But now UCF back to their typical defaulting positions. We're actually seeing Blinn moving their Killjoy around. Shen will be playing towards the A site this time.
Drone, see nothing. Can't see the same for Blinn College. It'll tag up the Reyna, and they'll back away from this one. This new util will definitely present a new challenge. Holly, they're able to deal with this one. Taka stream back up as well. Gonna kill extra time on this one. About a minute left to play with, so still time to work around, and a bit of scaling up maze has of course been done. UCF gonna start to work that B main side of things as well.
Black Moose looking for some more mid information. There is a really late lurk there as well, but the moves made towards the A site, drawing a lot of attention here from Blinn. As the Poison Orb does go up, the cross over towards B does come through, but there is the trademark watching. That will have to be shot out, and that will give Blinn an inkling of the rotation to expect. But with the Killjoy not playing towards Kitchen, Star Potato gets the free pick on Spaz.
They do. Now, I mean, there's no instant help that's going to come towards that anti-plant. UCF have got themselves a chance for the post. It'll be 2 towards mid. Black Moose will duel them in. Star Potato will win that one out rather quickly. Man advantage now for UCF on their post plant. 2 players. Going to be 2 here for Blinn College as they start to make their way forward. Mamaji, the operator from Snowman, not being given any looks here, so has to work for this one. Star Potato now a 3K. The Viper's been massive in this round so far. Every pick has been donated their way. Killjoy get involved, and the Viper shut that one down quickly. Mamaji's operator good to find one. Will survive on the cross. Looks back for more. The double dip. Salsa all gone from this one, and now we'll get a look on to Beniper from T Spawn. That's about all she wrote, though, on opportunities, and Mamaji will get the operator out the round.
Couple nice exit frags to come through, do a little bit of damage over to the eco here of UCF Knights, but with that, the amount of money that they have and the amount of rounds they have left in the game, it doesn't do too much, but luckily is able to still carry over that operator, which is the main purpose of the save. And on the side of UCF, no ultimates online at the moment. I would like to see Star Potato maybe picking up that spike afterwards to get that plant down, get the Viper's pit online, but also has the option to do so by grabbing the sword towards A main. You're going to see a left side maze wall to come through here from Town this time around, but with the drone to come through, Town actually I thought was going to be the one to fall, but Akali unfortunately only even unscathed, or not unscathed, but with that 10 HP, the heal is coming out, and the slows to stall this push towards A.
Regardless of this util for the stall, UCF don't want to play away from it. They'll let the stall happen. They'll sit in timeout for a moment. And now looking for breakout opportunities. Recon scan nothing towards the back of the site. This team will scale accordingly. Looking to plant back a site. Town's going to swing for one. A trade's there, but Shen will get involved for a refrag. UCF 2 players alive. Looking for opportunity on this site. Star Potato going to find one. This Viper's been so big as of late, and this Viper's pit will be huge in this round. Quickstream going to pick up one before getting traded. A Shen will drop down from heaven. We'll look up for Star Potato, jumping straight on top of default box, and Shen more than happy to take those shots home. A 3K for them and a 2-8 score line as Blinn College will find another.
The defuse also earns Shen the lockdown going into the next round, so Blinn College have the utmost ability to play for the retake here in this next round. And on the side of UCF Knights, unfortunately it doesn't look like their money will manage to be broken enough going into the last round of this half. So they'll still be able to afford, even if they lose out here and give over a third for Blinn College, who have 2 ultis to work with. The resurrection also hasn't come through yet here for Town.
Looks down mid from Mamajin. Will pick up Akali. Star Potato yet again get a trade one back. It's Star in the name, definitely not for show. Toxic screen up for this team to try to play forward. Gonna wait this poison orb out, and then we'll look to wall and plant on this B site.
Poison's off.
Just playing for contact here on the B side. Waiting for that toxic screen to replenish. We'll go up. A wall to come through here from Rudy as well for a nice little safe plant spot. Yeah, we've got Cookies and Cream also pushed behind it, so I don't think they'll actually expect him in this forward positioning.
Yeah, I really like this play to put him in front of the wall. So Cookies and Cream able to have the drop on one, but he cannot quite find the shots. Stuck now towards Covey with no escape, and Spaz will take him out the round. It's a 2-on-4 to lockdown to come through. The two players close towards site. Looking forward to the screen. Rudy will grab it. It will cost him his life. Star Potato, all the work to do and nothing to happen. A 3K for Spaz. Will grab every frag to close out the round. And it's 3-8 as Splint College will sneak away with another.
Teleport's ready.
Black Moose will secure that defuse as well, so Hunter's Fury now online going into the next round. Now we're sitting at this last round before we do swap sides. Mostly a full buy to come through for UCF Knights. Fortunately, Rudy won't quite have enough, so we'll be electing to go for that Stinger instead. And with the Hunter's Fury online for both sides, either team could really use that for some zoning, whether for the execution or to stave off a push. And now, Lynn, they've been switching things up every single round. For the first time, we're going to see Town playing B by themselves, as UCF Knights actually tries to crawl their way up towards A, only to be met by 3.
So much util.
Yeah.
So many players here on this A site yet again.
I am the hunter.
Holly will get tagged up.
Yeah, we'll grab the frag on the sniper. So that's a lot of initiator utility that walks out of this round pretty early for UCF can really get a chance to start working that execute. Spams for Spaz to come through the screen, and they found value as well. We'll force Akali to pop an Empress here to try to get instant healing if they can find themselves a frag. UCF entirely stalled right now.
Stalled, but also playing patient. Still nano swarms on the ground to be had. I feel like the turret there for Blinn, you can walk so easily up into the left side of Maze, catch teams off guard. And now this lurk coming out from Cookies and Cream, taking down one. We will go for the plant. Akali with the Empress. Unfortunately, actually, I believe it just ran out before securing that next frag. Town, though, with the replay will come through. And Rudy, now in a 1v1 situation, also has the Resurrection online. Both teams electing to pick up their Sova.
It's util for both sides. Town gonna come all the way down. Maze. Hunter's Fury's out onto that diffuser. Town's picked up Rudy. Looking to play for the Hunter's Fury player, and you can't get out quick enough if you're a sniper, or can you? We'll make it out the ult, but can't get back to the site in time. Black Moose will take the defuse, and we'll win out the last round of the half. It's 4-8 when things are said and done.
Ooh. Tactical loss. Tactical loss. No 9-3, am I right? But all jokes aside, we're gonna head into this next pistol round with Lynn on the attack, UCF Knights on the defense. And I feel like we could expect, you know, Town, very Battle Sage-esque, Momji also being the chamber, the only one with a get out of jail free card here for the team. So gonna be looking towards him to be that first point of contact for this team. But I mean, I feel like when it comes down to it, we're gonna probably see Blinn playing pretty slow defaults,
Scanning ahead,
trying to just amass information, counter any potential lurks. But when they do get towards the site, it will have to be a burst execute because they don't really have that kind of entry power. As I say that, Momji, who I was looking towards as being that entry here for Blinn, will be the first blood.
And still looking to make their way up towards B. little mid-contact coming through, but it's entirely through smoke, so not much has gone in that direction. Town will take a walk into the site. Spike plant will go down, and Sarpedo's picked up one from the top of Cargo. Come back and reconsolidate with the team and make sure that numbers advantage is going to be good for the retake.
Revealing area.
Recon bolt to come through.
Shots done.
We got a little bit of information. We're actually going to see a vertical wall here, but with the snake bite, that defuse will be delayed a little further.
Weapon here.
Town going to go for a heal now, tucking in close. And time is just being run down here by Blinn College. Town able to secure the last 2 pickups, securing that 3K for themselves, taking it 5 to 8 here for Blinn.
Well, the question is if this team is able to find value on the attacking side with all this defensive utility. Obviously, they'll have a fantastic post play. It's about getting into that situation in the first place. Make it happen on the pistol round. You said it earlier, active pistol round can definitely be the Wild West at times. Doesn't tell the full story just yet. 3 rifles we picked up for Blinn here. Gotta keep these things alive. If you do, you have a pretty dang good looking bonus.
Poison orb emitting.
Mamaji good to grab frag number 1. A sniper will fall, and they'll rendezvous back with the rest of the squad as well. Shen has a Kali, and so far, so good on the anti-eco. 2 players playing close contact for UCF, and 2 players that will fall. And Blinn College love the looking towards spawn for them on this anti-eco. Knows UCF might look for some shenanigans, and they stay back, let UCF play into them.
Teleport's
now
ready.
they'll look to take their numbers advantage to B.
Slowly creeping up. Gonna use that Sova drone just in case anybody's close by, playing any close angles with SMGs, shotguns.
Right here.
And saving out that recon bolt for the backside of B. However, still stalled out at the moment for a moment longer by that nanoswarm. Turret for the first peek, actually.
30
just to
seconds
reveal
left.
a bit of information. The wall does go up, but stalled out by the snake bite. Plant can't go down quite yet, and as I say that, Rudy peeking with that Marshall will secure a kill here on Shen.
Such low players here for UCF. He says he will
Spike
come through.
planted.
So one gets a bit of HP bar back. Cooks and Cream looking to be the bait in this one. 30 HP. No one cubby. Black Moose looking at this thing with the Spectre. Will pick up one. Mamaji another. And Rudy just spamming through the toxic screen, looking for something. Hoping to find it. We'll pick up Mamaji. Second look with a quick scope. Nothing there. Nothing yellow. Now it'll come through. A 3K for Rudy. And while they can't grab the round on their eco, UCF have taken out 3 weapons for the bonus, and they've taken down a rifle.
So much eco damage was just done. And then you also have like the fact that, okay, it's a bonus round here for Blinn, considering the facts that on UCF nights, now Rudy only 2 away from that resurrection, and we've seen that he's a little bit more free to use it than Town is. Town having more so the tendency, at least in the last half, to save it, while Rudy was a little bit more liberal. So trying to get that up as early as possible is always a huge advantage if you can breathe another air of life into one of your teammates. And Spaz with the Poison Orb lineup, looking to see if they can bait out maybe some shots from Boiler, get that information down, while also just cutting off any vision, so pressuring the fact that one could be hiding below tube at the moment. But the slow B heavy default is to come through here from Blinn once again, seeing if anyone on UCF nights might over-aggress, falling to the traps of the Sentinels watching the flank.
Cooks and Cream steps out towards B main, picks up 2, and Black Moose will trade 1 back now. Look to take that first pick and push forward into yellow. Recon Bolt see nothing towards Cargo. That's the front of sight opened for B. I'd like to take a stab at a plant.
That's yellow
30
control.
seconds left.
Now the toxic screen does come back up for cover. However, planning on B can be a little bit more scary when you don't have a safe wall to protect you. As I say that, Beniper Bios went for 2 picks. Good with the double kill. Black Moose trying to equalize, but unfortunately only able to grab 1. Star Potato cleaning up, taking UCF Knights over 9-6.
Got an opportunity there for Shen. Was able to walk up tube and what is that? Chamber trade disabled. So they're able to take him down after the 2-for-1 special. But Beniper just too aware. Map was quiet too long. Predicted a chance at the flank and was absolutely right on the timing of it to catch that lurk off guard. Blinn gonna head straight towards A this go around. No split default, just 1 look towards mid. Turtle have info on the early peek for Akali, and they're not coming back to that one. They'll drop back to site with a teammate.
Another very slow round start here for Blinn, but that's what you can expect to come out when you are playing for those 3 Sentinels here. However, this is the first really heavy lean that we've seen from them from the attack. That little headshot angle will be spotted out by Star Potato. And Akali with first blood here. But again, it is an eco round for Blinn, so they do have a disadvantage as far as weaponry goes. And Akali, okay, they're sitting right next to each other right now. No.
Oh, Akali's gonna pick up a 3K. Jumping through the toxic screen and absolutely catching players off guard. Black Moose will 1-tap him for the trade. We'll pick up a rifle and we'll get picked off. Star Potato has that one. 10-6. A 4-round lead for UCF. Pretty clean into the eco. Gun round on its way.
Whew. 2 ultimates online for either team on the side of UCF Knights. All members, though, are a lot closer than on the side of Blinn to getting all those ultimates online. Star Potato could potentially try and aggress to grab this A main orb. As I say that, he's going to actually fall back, so that's not going to happen. We're not going to see the Viper's pick coming out quite yet. Repositioning towards kitchen. And Blinn, they've kind of realized that these heavy stacks, you know, they've always been kind of defaulting, but usually with 3 members instead of 4. And the numbers advantage has been paying off for them. First blood into their hands. Akali does equalize on the other site though. And UCF Knights going for a very aggressive flank this time around.
A little bit of ring around the rosy happening thus far. It'll be a walk into B for Blinn, and it'll be a walk through the A main side for UCF. Taking everything on the flank in this one. 3 players gonna be on the back end. It's bad to pick up 1. Star Potato's going to fall. Akali trying to hold on to the body. He's picked up 1. This missed away. Was hoping the teammates would show up, but they're stuck behind that snake bite, so no help comes. Black Moose gonna pick up 2. So Ivory's got no help in the rest of this retake. A 1-on-3. Step around Yellows. Picked up 1 a second as well. And it's 1-on-1. Town's been big before. Can he be big again? Cannot. Beniper. It's the team captain show. A 3K for the Sova. An 11-6 scoreline for UCF.
My babushka told me not
Ooh, a
to
huge clutch round, and now the operator back into the hands of UCF Knights as Beniper does pick that up for his chamber there in Cookies and Cream. And now 1 away here from match point as well. We'll see a little replay of this clutch round here. Just isolating the 1v1s in such a skilled way. The ring around the rosy does come through. And just so well played there by Beniper. And we see a very early wall coming out from the side of Blinn towards B. Add a little bit of pressure. Meanwhile, they're going to be making moves towards mid, waiting out the recon bolt, though it's going to be a move for under 2, but I think try to flip the site here towards B. But as I say that, actually warded off so far. Just continuing to add pressure with that poison orb, not knowing if anyone's just hiding into you once again as the rest of the team just regroups here in A main, looking to 5-person hit. Akali, the only one available, has no idea though, aside from the owl drone to come through, and unable to fully back out.
Person hand. Shots don't land. Mamaji has that one. Rudy, the trade back. It's absolutely obliterated through the back of sight. So Shen will take that one away off the wall. Bang Viper's Pit's going to go down for Blinn College here to look to hold on to the post plant. It's a hard retake for UCF. We got an operator this round. Might be time to pack things up and look for the next.
Yeah, you also don't want to be giving that free op over towards Blinn in the case that they would make use out of it. So just fully falling back here. Star Potato, the only one to play for the exit frag. So really putting a lot of value towards that operator. Blinn still just all hovering around site so far. Time is ticking though, so I think they've got an inkling that it's just going to be a save here as they make a run towards their spawn. Playing it close though, because they know that op could be hiding anywhere. Don't want to get caught off guard and carry all guns over into the next round.
Four guns carried over. We have armor brought up, and we got plenty of ults going into this one for everybody. You have a chance to get that control back just this round. Reset. They've reset their loss bonus for Blinn College, so UCF winning this one, they'll feel pretty confident about next round. They'll put on match point as well. Blinn College, they've got themselves around. They've bought some time, but definitely not out of the clear just yet.
I think what's also important to note is that Star Potato with that Viper's Pit does have a lot of potential to use it in a retake situation. Fortunately, shots will not land there. Well, they will, but not actually hitting the mark to the point of death.
Back.
Yeah.
Went straight through the very top of Boiler. It's a good shot. Reaction's clean too. Just gotta take it before you move backwards. Unfortunate, really. That's gonna be a heal up as well. So Chamber low HP, but definitely still alive. Plan's gonna go down here for Blinn College nonetheless, and now they get the chance for that post. Throw that toward Fusina if they want to. They'll have a res to work with Hunter's Fury. Rudy and Shen gonna have trades initially.
Making a move back in for the retake. Nice slow to come out there from Blinn. Just to stall a little bit longer. Paired with the Nano Swarm, it would make it really difficult to move out of the way of that damage. Wall coming back up. Yellow being cleared here now by UCF Knights. You're going to see a Hail Mary Hunter's Fury coming out now, but Star Potato just looking to stick it. He doesn't end up getting it. Oh, does manage to get it halfway, so Sniper will finish off that defuse. And now, match point here for UCF.
That it is, and
Match
see
point.
what is the pickings for Blinn College. They've got a little bit of eco, some scraps left in the pockets. Black Moose will be able to sneak away with the Spectre, so far, all right. Mama G, a chance for the Tour de Force, but wants to have that rifle as well, and can't really blame them. I mean, they're looking at the offensive here, and they need all hands on deck, honestly. They got themselves no duelists. They've got themselves those 3 Sentinels, and that Chamber can create so much space on the attacking side, so they'll be able to still do such a thing.
Both Twill the Falses being popped, and both will be meeting here towards B main. Owl Drone to try and clear out, but Cookies and Cream tucked, and with the lower duration now for the Owl Drone, not actually going to seek him out. A blind. Hunter's Fury to come out from Beniper will tag up 1 for 80. Collie playing an aggressive crossfire here towards A, but it's just a lurk for them. Star Potato does get tagged out by the Recon. Will throw out the Viper's Pit as their Chamber does fall towards Yellow to cut off sight, and that's actually just enough for Blinn to get scared away and head towards A site.
I think that's the no duelist difference right there. If you have a duelist, you're in there like swimwear in the Viper's Pit. You put your swim trunks on and you jump in the pool. I can be up close. Doesn't want to leave this position, and when you're the Reyna, you don't have to. We'll dismiss away, but use that second soul, and all good. Rez is going to come through, though. So Kali's hard work all diminished now. Stepping from the talking tree. We've seen them here before in front of Jen, and it's still the Akali show. A 4K after the Rez comes through. Beniper will pick up 1 from the back of the side as well. That's the Chamber 1v3 to keep Blinn College alive in the playoffs. Lose this one, you're done for the weekend.
I don't see any way that Blinn's going to be able to secure this round unless UCF Knights goes for a complete throw. And with that crossfire there in A main, Beniper will be cleaning up, taking them 13-7 here in quarterfinals for seeding. Whew. That was tough. I mean, Blinn, I think, expected to amass quite a few more rounds on the defender side. Attack being obviously a lot weaker considering their team composition. But to end actually the team being in the negative as far as the defender's half goes, just made that climb on the attack that much more difficult. But I think that as far as their team comp goes, they did play that to the best of their ability on the attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did get some looks for the post play, and it's just so very hard to get yourself into the sight there. And I mean, yeah, you said it very well. Like a 4-8 half for them is just not going to cut it when you're looking at 3 Sentinels, and it definitely didn't. I mean, I think it took them a little bit too long to consider the fact that this Sage Wall is just getting waited out. It's not providing the value that we needed to over to the A site. And by the time they finally moved over that Killjoy util, which was very successful, to be honest, that's when they started to see that swing back to win defensive rounds for Blinn College. It was just too late. Like, they'd already surpassed, what was that, 7 straight losses, and by then it's too late to try to find that solution. So I do think the solution from them was good, just too long to see it and makes a difference. But regardless, the UCF Knights, they'll be taking on Texas A&M here with that win, and that'll be over in the semifinals. Don't know if we'll see that on the broadcast, but I can't tell you that game is in the cards in the future.
Whew, yeah, I can't tell that, but I believe we are going to take a quick break before we do head into semifinals. So we just got to wait for all matches to wrap up, and we will see you guys shortly.
TPS://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's That's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I? Oh, should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them? Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, all right. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place?
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow. I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazuya.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match, and I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your kitty?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
It could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well,
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude, it's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my God, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
That one away. Indian River State, more and more offensive possession as time goes on. And UT Arlington, they got to be careful.
Oh, he has no boost there. So honestly, Nava at this point can't even really do much. But managing to actually regather something. So now kind of putting it back and forth, having this reset come along the field is going to make things kind of go a little bit slower. But overall, right, it gives for some time to leave an opening. And as they break that, it's Seabass that is able to score.
Seabass finds their second goal of the game here, and it's a beautiful one at that. Or excuse me, no, their first goal of the game. I'm sorry, Slayer with the first goal. Seabass with the second. Taco Stash, though, his second assist there as he lobs it up center. Seabass comes in too quickly for the defense to recognize. And all of a sudden, Indian River State up 2-0 with about 80 seconds left on the clock. Absolutely enough time for Arlington to find a response, but they got to stop getting locked into their own half and staying there for extended periods of time.
Oh, 3 players trying to get the ball there. Kind of a nice collateral alongside. Possession is the most important thing of the game, but of course, I mean, regathering their control there for River State, which is going to be huge, right? They bring it over to that blue side. They're able to kind of at least reposition themselves, set up something, and the play. I mean, it almost worked, but not necessarily.
Well, Indian River State continuing on their merry way. More offensive pressure. Now they got to focus on the defense, though, as Samba comes through with a dribble. He's got no boost in the tank, so all he really does is just kind of dish that out to the players waiting in net. The players waiting in net might have to do it again. Seabass sends one to the backboard. Adverse is there to put a shot on. Seabass and Slayer commit, but both of them not necessarily all too precarious of a position. And now, as a result, Taco Stash can go the other way. And with 30 seconds to go, if we see Indian River State just lock their opponents into their half here, that's going to be GG's, and we move on to a 2-0 in favor of Indian River State.
Oh yeah, so close. There's only one more goal. An OT that could be made possible. I mean, all they have to do is bring it over to the other side. Samba's looking for that opportunity. No boost allowed, but Adverse. It's just unfortunate. Once again, the boost just completely out majority of the time. They have to try to play before what they have, and then they can't, and then you're stuck in a position where you're 2-1 against River State College.
Yep, and I think that's going to be GG's as long as Seabass can spike this one down. Indeed, he does. Gets a 50-50. And Indian River State find themselves on 2-0 territory after a dominant victory in game 1.
Welcome back, everyone. Semifinals aren't on the way quite yet. We are still waiting for quarterfinals to finish up. But while we do wait, we actually have a special guest to welcome on the desk with us. We're going to be throwing to a quick interview here. That's going to be Rudy from UCF, Knights, a player from the last matchup. Hi, Rudy. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. It's pretty early, but I'm pretty excited after the fat dub we just caught.
Yeah, 100%. So I was wondering, to open up the board first, how were you guys feeling as a team going into this matchup against Blinn?
I don't know. Look here, the vibes are like really high. Yesterday we just came off a huge dub. We had to play with a sub. One of our players had some stuff they had to do, and so after we caught a dub with the sub, we knew the rest of the tournament was going to be pretty chill. And so the vibes were going pretty high, especially when we saw the triple Sentinel comp. We were like hyped. We just had to get like 2 rounds on defense, and then we pretty much won. Yeah, so the fact that we got 8 was even better.
The fact that we got 8. I want to touch on that in just a minute, but first, let's start with the vibes, the statement. Man, the vibes going in. It's day number 2, which means for a fact you guys already qualified into closed qualifier. How is the team feeling about a chance to push themselves forward into what is possibly that CECC LAN at the end of the year?
We're pretty hyped. We went last year and we got top 8 last year. We want to make a return and both beat the teams that we maybe didn't struggle against last year and like make a more of a name for ourselves, maybe bring UCF a title back to Florida.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The title for Florida, that is what I like to hear. And another season, we're back at it yet again. It's been a 6 months break, but finally Collegiate Esports is back. How does that make you feel? How does it make the roster feel?
The roster from this year to last year is actually exactly the same, except for we switched out one player. It's been a bit rough because we had to sort of change a lot of our play style, but I don't know, we're getting into the groove of it, and I think we're only going to get better. Like, we started off pretty chill, pretty relaxed, we weren't doing too hot, but we're starting to finally see how we have to work around the team, and we're like low-key about to like go crazy.
About to go crazy. And you mentioned you went crazy on the attacking side. 7 rounds in a row to start out the game, then an 8-4 half against what was a purely defensive composition from Blinn College. Now, talk to me about scaling against what is all that defensive utility and why your attacking side was so effective.
So basically, we just had to have Beniper and Akali sort of vibe out on A, wait for space, lurk up. Because they're playing triple sentinels, they're gonna like hard retake every single site, and so they just ate like a bunch of fakes. We eventually we pretty much got them to like hard eat the fakes on A, so we sort of got them into this groove where they thought we were going A. Then we go B a couple rounds, and then we won 8 rounds, and we sort of thought that like we were doing too much and we wanted to make it a good show, so we gave them 4 on attack, and yeah, the rest is just sort of history.
Well, I love to hear that from you guys. I mean, Kat and I even touched on it a little bit on the stream and whatnot about the util that was sometimes invested towards mid from them instead of towards site, which felt like it didn't just have as much impact, and you guys definitely worked around that so well. But moving aside from that kind of those strategies, the last game, I want to look forward into the future. You guys have semifinals now coming up, and you're going to be playing up against TAMU White. And obviously, don't want you to reveal anything just in case any players are watching on stream right now. But I am curious to see how you're feeling going up against this team, because I don't know if you guys have any history with them.
In groups, we played them in the NECC League. We beat them there. And then we played them in groups. I don't know, we were sort of feeling a bit goofy that day, so we lost that map. So it's 1-1 as far as team-to-team goes. So we're looking to end the series right here, 2-1, take our dub, advance to finals, solidify us again as like the most W South team. We already solidified us as the best Florida team, beating FIU. Now we have to beat TAMU, so a little regional diff.
Well, thank you so much.
Sure, that goes back and forth between the two teams though, and I want to like put an end to it.
100%.
Yeah, for sure. I love the confidence going into the next matchup. Yeah, put an end to that banter, solidify your standing up against them. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that does play out for you guys. Unfortunately, I don't think we will be catching it on stream, but we will keep keeping an eye on that on the Battlefy. Thank you so much, Rudy, for joining us on the desk. Before we do go, I was just wondering, is there anybody that you want to shout out, any thanks you want to give before we head out?
I gotta shout out my whole team. Like, I don't know if I could do it with any other like group of players. Like Akali, like the last round, I don't know if you guys were watching. Like I sort of trolled dying to the Killjoy there for fun, and he was sort of stuck on site. We couldn't give him sight. It's like an L motive, you know, like L mindset, bad vibes. So I said, Akali, just go kill him, and he like kills 3. It's just the chamber left with an op. We got drone out. Beniper, best Sova NA. Star Potato. He has like a 90% clutch rate. We calculated it. He never loses clutches. Cookies and cream. Best chamber NA. I sort of just place walls down and stick diffuses. I don't really do much on the team. That's sort of my job. But yeah.
Hey.
I have like the best team.
I wouldn't say that you don't do too much. You definitely bring the vibes in this interview, and it sounds like you all jive, and you know, maybe you could be the glue that, you know, keeps it all together. I feel like I appreciate how humble you are and whatnot. Thank you so much for joining us on the desk. Good luck in your next matchup, and appreciate meeting you today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good day, guys.
You too. Whew, so now that the interview is over, we are going to be heading towards a quick break. Still waiting for those last quarterfinal matches to finish up before we see who's duking it off on the other side of the bracket here in semifinals. So Kat and I will be back shortly. Please just stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
But of course, 4 seconds left. This is the last shot that could make it, and Taco Shasta in a matter of seconds manages to do one for the team.
Taco Stash potentially gets the dagger here in game number 3. 2 seconds to go, and Taco Stash might have just found his way to victory and towards the grand finals. Adverse Nava Samba, you've got one last Hail Mary, and you do not find it. Fake kickoff of Indian River State, and that'll wrap it up in 3. IRSC are your winners.
Ooh, we're getting a lot of 3-0s today. What's going on here? But I did say later on in the bracket it might get a little bit tougher. And we've been seeing the games become a little bit closer. But the problem is that once again, it's just domination.
I don't know if I'd call that domination as much as I would call that just the littlest advantage. We have 2 1-goal games in a row, and then the first one is 3-1. Unfortunately for UTA, one was their crux. They could not get past that threshold, not ever at any point there, unfortunately for them. And as a result, they're left a little bit stranded. UT Arlington are going to have to now try to battle it out in that third place match. Let's see if I can figure out who's also going to be playing them in that third place match here. It is going to be, pulling up the bracket real quickly, and maybe that'll give me the results. Not in yet. So you know what? Here's what we're going to do, Gompers, instead. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we should have an interview for you guys, and we should be able to tell you who that third place matchup is going to be. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then, to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, very keep, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly, and if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following, and that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. And that's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, you know, normally Paul's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us. And and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this. You know, let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
Right,
how do you want to throw to yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandle for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017. And the day after, we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. That's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams of esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new, and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself. It's so important. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC South Region Open Qualifiers. We've got our 8 teams making it through into what is going to be the closed qualifier. But we've got teams that are trying to play for that seeding, trying to make their run in that qualifier just a little bit easier. And we've got now a chance to see one team make their way into those finals. Semifinals are here, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll jump up to the top side of the bracket where it's Winthrop University up against TAMU Maroon. I'm Catnator. That is the ever so lovely Ash Cast, and we're going to take you through it.
I'm excited to see what's in store here for semifinals. What's kind of cool is TAMU has 2 teams making their way already into semis. You've got the TAMU White on the other side. They're going to be facing up against UCF Knights that we just saw on stream, taking it over the team that was Blinn Esports College. So looking forward to this one. Why don't we take it over to the roster head-to-head, see what they look like. We'll send it over to Winthrop VALORANT this time around first.
Well, let's do it. Winthrop roster that excels when it comes to these Riot titles, so not surprised to see them have success here in Valorant. We'll have Flare, A77, Comey, Moobs, and Crescent, and these guys, they were the 6th seed coming into this thing, and they have been the number 1 seed out of groups. They had a phenomenal group stage, a 13-1 to start off their day, and a 13-7 against James Madison yesterday, led to that high round differential, led to that number 1 seed out of groups. They took down FGCU in their round of 16 matchup, and last round, a 14-12 scoreline. It took an OT to do it, but they beat out UT Dallas to be in this matchup now.
So let's take a look at what the opponents have to offer here on the side of TAMU Maroon. We're lucky enough to see them twice yesterday over on broadcast, but here, the Texas A&M University Maroon team, you've got Naber, Dam, Tayo, Dill, and Noble. Looking forward to seeing what is in store here, because we do know which map we're going to be heading over to. So no bars being held. We'll send it over toward that map selection. And all the bands have gone through, leaving us with binds here in this best of 1. We talked about this a bit yesterday, Kat. Very one-sided map.
Yeah, it definitely can be, and at least it was in the showing we got to see yesterday. Bind, always an interesting one. We got the classic Brimstone Astra debate, and we did see the value of that. So curious if that will come back into play today here in this one. And I'm expecting a close series, because not just a Winthrop University overtime win, it was a TAMU Maroon overtime win as well. They took down Georgia Tech 16-14. So they had a secondary overtime on top of the first, and they were able to win that one on out. They're the 5th seed out of group, so things very close in this matchup as we jump into the agent select. Now we'll see what those controller decisions are going to be, and it's looking like the Brimmy, the Stimmy coming out to play.
Bring me with the Stimmy. Actually going for the double controller here, looks like it, on both teams. What on Bind used to be a hard set meta several patches ago, but that was usually actually a Viper and Astra. So very different in that sense, where Brim has like the most limited range as far as it goes for laying down his smokes. But when it comes down to bind, Viper really more so plays that pseudo sentinel and pressures towards the A site with that very lurky smoke in U-Haul with the toxic screen. But I mean, looking over at Winthrop, they're already all locked in. Tamu Maroon still hovering at the moment. And I would assume that's because, you know, they've got that set team comp. How are you feeling about having the Sky as that actually only initiator here for
Choose your
Winthrop?
agent.
Actually, on both sides, they're all going with the Sky.
Yeah, I like this comp. I think it's super effective in playing against what is their own competition, like playing double controller. I think Sky's the best when it comes to being able to get through Vision Denial, being able to get through the Viper utility, the Sky Smokes, being able to throw your dog and actually be able to see what's happening as opposed to what is a Fade Prowler, getting that early information to feel where util is, to feel where players are, and then having those birds as well, those rechargeable flashes. While that Prowler is good, it's so 150 HP for a bird is absolutely crazy. It has so much value. It doesn't give you that consistent ping, and then you also don't get the chance to recharge and just keep throwing those things down. So defensive control is very nice for Sky, and she's a staple, I feel like, on the B-side defense in terms of throwing flashes down out Octagon.
I think that's a really good point to make with the Trailblazer. You have that peripheral vision. Like you said, you actually get to see through the eyes of the Trailblazer itself. Meanwhile, with the Prowler, it kind of falls off, considering the fact that you actually have to angle it so that it's checking those corners as it won't auto lock onto somebody. But to kick things off, we're going to see the pseudo sentinel role being played more so towards the B side with that large toxic screen to be popped up there. That typical kind of lurky one to divvy up U-Haul from the rest of A site. And it looks like it's going to be an A side split here for Winthrop to start things off.
It's the classic Viper utility, the toxic screen to make space into short. And then the poison orb to go down for lamp. Damn, gonna love this utility, to be honest, because they'll be sitting on the shorty. Sky Smoke gonna go down. It's that very much split default. Push on its way up towards shower. The Winthrop and the buddy system's gonna take that space for the Rays and the Brim. See the implications are later in the round. That Trailblazer coming through. Comey will be spotted. We'll shoot it quickly though, but it's the only player spotted, so TMU no reason to move.
Meanwhile, you've got a double lurk here on B. Nobody on site. Both players going to be playing towards Hookah. You see one pushing out, trying to check that market flank a little bit. Some presence being shown with the guiding light. Investing into the Seekers with this ult orb as well. And it's just going to keep this attention here towards B as you have Winthrop moving over towards A short. A Molly to come through, but they don't know that Comey's already actually all the way pushed up, but it doesn't matter. One peeking out through front truck. The TPs to be taken now over towards B here. And Winthrop
down B.
Suddenly are whittled down to 2 players, both without the spike, stuck on B site in a pinch.
TAMU, the trust in the teammates there, just jump it down towards Hookah and trust they're going to have those frags. And well, they certainly did. Players stuck towards Hookah. There ain't no way out of this one. They got to get to the front of sight, got to get a plant down. Crescent's found one. A second with a headhunter. No time for the plant, but a little showmanship before the round does come to a close. Another to go with it. Looking for the Octagon player. Why not? One bullet in the chamber. Taya, will he give the peek? Will not. So Tammy Maroon, they'll take the round. Taya will lead with his dignity. It's a 1-0 scoreline.
On the side of Tamu Maroon, we're also seeing a slight change when it comes down to players that are going to be involved here. Yesterday, we saw the team playing out with Liz's Kitten and Aggro. This time around will be swapped out by Dill and Tayo. So it's going to be curious to see if that does make a difference in their performance here for semifinals. The guiding light to come out already towards showers does give out that information. Unfortunately, the swings aren't able to come through, but a lot of poke damage done at the very least onto that Sky and Raze here. Going to be expending that overgrowth, get those heals all charged up, but Blair, only 22 HP, does manage to dodge the paint shell, still somehow getting quite a bit of damage value off with that run.
Is that from dead?
Oh!
What?
Crescent massive last round and gonna have a big pick with the frenzy on the Dill.
Trap
The
destroyed.
gun, if they can secure it down towards CT, gonna look to do so. And has picked it up. The shower player not gonna spot it. Pressing all the space. CT, but caught by the ghost. Tayo easy on the one tap, and Noble will finish A77. It's danger for a moment, but it's thwarted by TAMU Maroon. They've got their second round.
Even though Flair wasn't really able to glean a kill off of all of those shots, still did so much poke, forcing TAMU Maroon to reinvest into those shields. And what we're actually going to see coming out from them is the operator really early in round number 3. Okay, no. They were like, we thought about it. What if we lose this round and put it up in their hands by accident? So they're going to hold back on that. Save that for the next one. Just go with the ghost for now and those headshots with the headhunter. Early guiding light once again to get this information. Damn, going to be completely overwhelmed, flooding into showers here. Flair with the first 2 bloods.
Massive entries to come through the shower. Will absolutely win out on those gun duels, and Comey is going to take the space into short in the meantime. Now looking to step forward out there. Orb straight into trouble, and Moves happy to pick that one up. Still Winthrop winning out these gunfights. Noble now close contact. Over towards Lamp. The Viper to swing it. Will have the quick trade on their raise, and looking for the spray transfer. Runs out of bullets, but Moves will have plenty to finish the job. 1-2 as Winthrop will find their first round. 4 guns kept up. Not much found from the bonus.
And already we're going to see the showstopper online here for Flair coming into round number 4. There is an operator now being invested here by Tayo. And so I feel like that showstopper could be a pretty big round difference maker for an explosive entry towards site. As far as just trying to convert the round, ensure that they can continue to amass or regain, I guess, the momentum they built with the first 2 rounds under their belt. It's going to be Showers that Tayo has elected to hold the aggressive angle through. Checking very tight corners. Crescent's just around the corner, but not quite peeking yet because they don't know where the op is hiding. They don't even know that there is an op in play. You could guess based on the amount of credits that they had in the bank. But a very quiet round so far to start here from Winthrop. It's very different from the Showers aggression we've seen from them.
Yeah. Yeah, no fight for Shower Control. They've been putting 2-3 players on that side of the map. It is interesting always to see that change of tempo, and they've been clean on the adjustment because lurking in wait is Tayo in that department instead with an operator in hand. Winthrop scale towards B with their util. The Roomba to get up the ramp, and they'll slide back now mid-market over to a short.
Fire in the hole! Looking to make a lot of noise towards short here. Showstopper comes out like mentioned, and unfortunately does miss its mark.
Oh, rendezvous away.
Yeah, it does come through. Rendezvous out. Showstopper expended. Plant will go down, but it will be a 5v5 on this retake.
That it will. Even strength for both sides of the coin here. Molly going to come through to stall for timing onto Lamb, so that will be initially controlled by the post-plant team. Seekers are out for information. Comey stuck by the nade. It will go under the bench, though, so he'll survive. Moves will pick up 2, and Comey, he grabs some frags. Bench takes to the blast shield. He's picked up 1, a second as well with the jumping classic, and Crescent has a frag off screen. 2-2, as Winthrop will hold on the post-plant to keep guns alive as well. That nade interaction is so silly.
That is unfortunate. Damn. The rest of the paint shells, the spread just tucking under, not doing that damage. It's a tough angle to clear with the nades because of that fact, in case, you know, it does slip under. But now, TAMU pushed onto that eco rounds, and Winthrop elected not to pick up the operator. They didn't want it on the attacking side here on bind. A default spread here from Winthrop. Early guiding light to go out towards Hookah. Nothing quite yet. As I say that, though, the TP through long does come through, and Winthrop were there to shut it down. TAMU did try to equalize, but still seeing themselves with a 1-person advantage here. But Dill holding the fort down here on B.
3-on-3. The initial 2-round dust does set on the team, flooding out of Hookah. Dill will be caught on the timing, and Moves has that one on the waterfall in. Plant will go down for Winthrop. Roomba has nothing, so they've got plenty of time to really secure extra positioning. Zico players, see if they're able to find anything here. So far, so good for TAMU. They can grab a couple more frags, and
Teleport's ready.
looks like they can. Tayo's picked up moves. That side opened up. Swinthrop has opted to play elbow instead. Comey's going to have the chance for the swing. So TAMU can play the buddy system right. This one's doable. Tayo with a new rifle has picked up a 3K. Flair with the paint shells in hand. Can't get the gun back out in time. And Tayo's found a 4K. It'll be a thrifty round converted for Texas A&M.
A thrifty round converted and ended because in the post plant, both players on Winthrop were caught out with utility in their hands. No guns to be found. No shots shot.
Right here.
And now TAMU are finding themselves with a 1 round advantage, taking the lead over Winthrop. And we're going to see 3 ultimates online for this side as well. The Seekers and the Showstoppers will pair together very nicely in any retake situation here for TAMU.
Twitterverse online. Winthrop will slow the pace yet again. Killers are out for Noble. Has seen nothing, but has taken some gunfire down towards the market. There's a bit of info in that department. Roomba's going to come through. And what is this initial Viper utility up a short? No real ground gained just yet for the attacking side.
I do want to say, though, that for Winthrop, despite the fact that they are down these 2 rounds now, first blood going into the hands of TAMU as well, that conditioning they did within the first 2 rounds alone towards Showers has already forced, not forced, but caused TAMU to react in a way where they're not going for that Showers control. They're playing far back, further towards site, not risking getting caught out and blinded, not being able to fall back. But the creep back in is ready to come. Orbital strike to clear out towards U-Haul, but all players are playing site here.
They are. Jill's paint shell is going to find moves, and that Molly going to stall for so much time.
30 seconds left.
Cannot get through. Shower can't get towards sight. They've hit the brakes. They'll pull the back pedal, and right now sitting in spawn with 20 seconds left. Full rotation. Not an easy task, and it won't happen. So Winthrop will take 2 guns out of this round. TAMU with the clean stall. I'll your point the fact that no one in TAMU wanting to mess with Shower allows for Winthrop the opportunity to use it as that pivot point later into the round, an opportunity to jump into it to try to execute sight. But it's fantastic utility with the paint shell, the molly in that sky smoke to still deny the look, even if not having physical presence in the area.
Nice adjustments to come out from TAMU as well towards a short with the toxic screen that does come through to cut off the U-Haul portion, knowing that Orbital Strike was online. They completely avoided that utility, just played sight. We were able to play the trades. No one was isolated in that zoning. But as we head back into this, Winthrop, with the 2 guns saved, are going to manage to have a full buy going into this round because Crescent will have the total balls to pop here. Lurking towards Showers this time around. Changing locations will get that peek and a very tight angle to take that drop down on a 77. At the very least, Winthrop, they do run the double controller composition. So have the Viper to still work with, but placing down that toxic screen early on also leaves with a little less flexibility in the late round if you lose your Brimstone early.
Percent going to be on this angle with the tour de force out towards Shower. Could cause the second Brimstone to fall as well. See if that peek comes through. Into the scope, but out of the round. Stam will pick it up to the back of the site. Gonna tuck the paint shells straight into danger. As Flare has 1. The opposing raise another. As Comey gonna fall on their way into Lamp. Showstopper out for Dylan. Well, he'll stop 1, but he will be traded out. So Flare will pick up the 3K. Moves in CT. The spray down opportunity, and he has it. A 1v2 for moves and a win it out CT close range. 3-4. And he'll grab the op as well.
Really well played by Moobs. They're already having backside control of A, knowing U-Haul was cleared out by his teammate. Then going to try and push for an early engagement in the backside, pushing towards CT, turning a 1v2 situation into, well, a 1v0. I think Moobs is maybe thinking, okay, I'll catch at least one of them off guard, but it ended up paying off, I think, a lot more than expected during that round. So well done by him. And speaking of moves, we'll be seeing those Seekers sent out as well towards A short, but the reality is that they're looking towards B for the execute.
Walking to the site, Retayo is able to pick up Flare on the cross. I don't know if this Seeker player, this Viper, hasn't recognized just yet. We'll start to triangulate, so certainly has. Never, nonetheless, still going to pick up one a second as well as Moose tries to jump in for the trade. And that'll change the course this round entirely. Deals out towards CT and has picked up both players as they'll fall on the post plant. TAMU Maroon 5-3. They lead this game now by 2.
Ooh, really nice retake to come in through them. Winthrop, I respect the fact that they went with a little bit of a different strategy that time around, trying to fake things out with the Seeker, but unfortunately weren't able to draw quite enough attention over towards the A site. TAMU, they're patient enough to play together. Now, Winthrop, they're going to be forced onto this eco round. However, there is that Viper's Pit still in the hands of Comey, so if anything, Winthrop, as long as they're able to get onto a site, get that plant down, that ultimate could be a real difference maker to convert this round in their favor.
Flash out is going to catch Flare. They'll be blinded. Lane player not percent the chamber. Who's in first? Flare double satchel. Doesn't get as far as he would have liked it to. Shoots the Roomba and will be shot by Dill. So he's caught out, but still space taken towards Lamp. Taken it right back though by Noble, who fall to the frenzy. Dill's down as well. That's 2 rifles sitting there right for the picking, and Winthrop happy to have them. They'll get towards sight. They'll throw a plant down. Orbital strike will be there to oppose, but that one's finished off.
Ooh. Retake with an operator into a Viper's Pit is never fun, but Comey does it out. It's just going to walk out, giving Nabbers that pick up, and it's all said and done. Tayo and Nabber with a clean sweep of the brush to clean things up here, securing that 6th round on the board.
They find themselves 2 rifles and Lamp. They just bear down and get that value. So much so, they're willing to commit the Viper's Pit into the Rico. I feel like they can finally make that one possible. Comey steps out of the pit and into trouble. Nabber on the flank takes down the Viper, and the round is wrapped from there. They're caught out, and it's easy pickings for the rest of the retake.
There. I'd like to see Winthrop maybe go back to the strategy they were holding towards those pistol rounds, going for that showers control, but instead they'll be looking at towards A short, looking to walk in actually to Nabber's Viper's Pit, already able to secure 1 using that snake bite down. And the positioning of this pit too, it's not about covering sight, it's about completely maintaining control of that choke point, because you're whittled down and decayed to that 1 HP if you decide to traverse all the way through. We're seeing the rotation being pulled now over towards Showers, trying to get behind the pit, but they've already invested still 2 other players here on A. Meanwhile on B, we've got the extremities covered here by the trademark Andy Long.
Viper's Pit suddenly gone. It's moved a step
Spike
forward.
down A.
Brute force through. This paint shell's gonna catch one of 2 controllers as Comey will walk out towards Lamb. Awkward situation. We'll find one, but Tiles walked out the sky smoke for the trade. Moves 1v1. The Headhunter Chamber switches back to that operator for that long-range duel and will win it out. Now a 4-round lead for TAMU Maroon. They continue to push up that scoreline.
What's interesting is I feel like TAMU Maroon, they've adjusted really well to that very lurky kind of toxic screen coming out from Winthrop on the A side, but it hasn't really gotten too much value. We have seen Comey push up, get those lurky kills, but at the same time, it's not consistently showing results or enough pressure, I don't find, on A. And Maroon is just adapting really well around that. So I would like to see maybe a slight adjustment with where that piece of utility is going, or looking at Winthrop for trying to capitalize off of it a little bit more. But going into this next round. We're actually seeing Winthrop is calling a timeout here. What adjustments would you like to see them make here, Kat, on the attacking side, now that they only have 2 rounds left?
Honestly, I want to see them a little bit more confident in terms of scaling. I feel like they're willing to throw some util, throw a little bait and switch action, and they have had some switch ups on the default. I feel like they won't put themselves far enough in to really be able to take space and occupy it. I mean, we got to see them occupy space over towards Shower in the early couple of rounds, but since then, it's been this walk back and forth. They see utility, we move out the way, we get out of there, we don't want no smoke. I need them to play a little bit further forward, and when they do take that space, keep a player there, occupy it so they do have more options. It feels like they have to play pretty hard into contact in the last couple of rounds, and just not giving themselves enough avenues to really have other options.
There's also, we already saw that early orbital strike going out towards the backside of B, but with the positioning, like you said, lacking the ability to scale off of it.
They're gone.
That orbital strike used for nothing. Doesn't even get really any tags down on TAMU Maroon. I think maybe a little bit of damage onto their Viper, but otherwise they didn't take space with it and now have given up that control towards B. Hookah opting instead for this shower, or for the U-Haul lurk that does come through. Crescent though with the first blood onto Dill does make quite of a difference maker, but regardless, Dam looking to more than equalize as they raise numbers in their advantage once again, and a late rotation now towards B using those TPs.
Yeah, I'll see they're able to scrap together off of this one. The Seekers on the scenic route right now, and are going to throw that plant down. This is the eco, so it's not going to be an easy post plant by any means. All these players going to try and get their way through into CT. Tiles picked up one a second as well, and Comey running for their lives, trying to find these shots. But the Sheriff has one, but that's it. A 3K for Dam in an 8th round for TAMU Maroon.
One more round left before we swap sides here. But, I mean, it's bind. It is a defender-sided map. And, okay. At first, I saw the second operator being pulled out, and I was like, come on, guys, for the last round. But it will be tucked back in, opting for the Phantom instead in the hands of Dill. And it is, at the very least, a bye round here for Winthrop to end out the half on. They do have the Seekers available as well, and Flare with that Showstopper. So same kind of combination, just on the different side. So Seekers are to come through here for short burst. Will be discovered that 3 members are playing towards A. Now we see Showstopper coming out, following them up. Unfortunately, though, not able to do enough damage on Noble. Not any whatsoever, allowing Noble to come out, refrag, get those 2 pickups, and now Winthrop looking at the advantage with 1 player.
SkySmoke's refreshed. Nabbers walked out towards CT. Passive hold towards U-Haul. We give some initial space to the Viper. Trap set by Moves, who picks up that shot on the contact, and a 1-on-3 tie has been very big. And in this moment has to be huge. It just cannot be.
You want to play?
He's gonna have
Let's
it
play.
from over and Shower.
Switching
Still
sides.
4-round deficit though, when all said and done for Winthrop.
Ooh. Swapping sides, and now we're going to see Winthrop on the defense, TAMU on the attack. Mirror compositions for these teams, and so far TAMU Maroon is finding a little bit more success. And we're going to see that same toxic screen coming out for that U-Haul lurk here. Already adjustments coming through from Winthrop, seeing that, knowing that, okay, we're not going to play in U-Haul. We're not going to try and contest that for now, despite the information it may give. We can always re-clear it more so later. As I say that, 1 member will move in for more of an early jiggle to check out short, but otherwise likely see them fall back. Aiming for that Showers control instead. Winthrop really looking to control the extremities of this pistol.
Woo.
Spike down B.
Well, consider I'm controlled. Crescent stepped out. We'll take down the controller. And Dan will fall to the back of Fountain. That'll make this push ever so difficult for the Texas A&M main roster. They'll still look to scale regardless. Nabber will be here. We'll have Noble for the flash. Crescent will turn it and will catch the frag regardless. Maverick will fall, and now they're on the hunt forward. Noble will find both regardless. He's traded out the first 2 frags, and it's even numbers now.
Guiding light to come through to continue to sell this fake towards B as they make the rotation. Because Tayo, who's lurking towards showers, is now claiming front sight of A space, clearing things out for the team. But the silent rotate back here from Winthrop. They took a little bit too much time with the rotation because there's already 2 posted up. They don't quite know that Tayo is here on triple yet, though, as Flare continues to jiggle towards. Will hear the plant be initiated. Paint shells to come out. Noble being low, gonna have to fall off there. This also baits out a peek from Tayo. But more stalling utility to come here to delay this plant. Down to 15 seconds. Does have it come through, but a quick whip around the corner here for A77. Regardless, Dill gonna be trying to take all 3 on with the crosshairs in sight. And only managed to take down 1. Now the defuse will go into the hands here of Comey.
Defuse secured, and Winthrop will find themselves the pistol. Win this next round out, and they've got themselves just 2 rounds away. It's that first shot from Crescent. And that second as well is absolutely ridiculous coming through. Puts them at that original numbers advantage before Noble comes around and trades things back the other way. And man, TAMU doesn't know how open that site really was. Hindsight, definitely 2020. They spent so much time fighting over towards B long. You almost think, okay, this team surely they've came over on the rotation. Nah, they were still over towards A, so met so much oppression when they tried to throw the plant down.
Look at this really aggressive showers push to come through here. Doesn't matter because Winthrop, they do have the Spectres in hand, and it's an easy cleanup as Winthrop take it down with the flawless round here in showers. 6-8. I mean, that's tough. Showers, you're just funneling yourselves through that, like, 1 funnel point. And with Spectres in hands, it's just a spray and pray, get those shots down, quick little replay. That was the fastest round yet I think we've seen today.
Ain't nothing like a little Spectre spray close range on the anti-eco. Makes you feel alive. Winthrop gonna have themselves a chance for the bonus now. Flash turning quickly by Noble. Will throw one of his own. Just 3 players up here towards Octagon. This Trailblazer will see one of them. That's a nice play from Winthrop to not give that info away. You're going to have the trap card hoping to activate, but for now it's scaling on the other side of the map.
Toxic screen to come up. Comey's thinking about dipping in. Will go for it though. Able to get the drop on 1. Hiding through the poison orb. Getting through the TP as well, so out scot-free here for Comey, and the rotation already through for TAMU. Should be able to exit freely. Will fall back, and it'll be a full retake here for Winthrop through CT.
Crescent crying back to the site. Nice play from Comey, but man's got no help now on that site, so it will inevitably go down. Having to try to deal with what is the brunt of that push, all on their lonesome. Tayo going to be on the flank here. He's going to spot the back of Moobs, and trigger discipline never hurt anyone. Tayo will pick that one up, and now the retake on its way. They've occupied back of sight in heaven. Sky's about to go down towards shower, and Damn still bent. Will pick up one, Dill another. Damn on the spray will take so much damage, and Tayo will come around to finish the round. 9-6. TAMU Maroon will have themselves the inside bonus.
There is the showstopper available here for Flare going into this next round. Nova's also only 1 away from having the Seekers online, but I think what's important to also take note of is Winthrop is very much so prioritizing the monopolization of both of these ultimate orbs, playing for the extremities and leaving Hookah and Shore a bit more passive, always going for that showers control, instead going for this deep B long smoke to ensure that they can secure that ult orb in hand, play that crossfire as well. So it just takes away the opportunity from TAMU to get those ult orbs amassed under their belt for these site executions.
So far forward on the shower and will be rewarded
for the Optimism. It's picked up one. The Maroon side will take themselves in to hookah. Toxic Screen going to be in the wake right now, so they'll wait patiently for that fuel to run out. About 5 seconds from doing so.
Toxic Screen will drop. First blood into the hands of Nabber, tucked tight into the corner. A7-7 though, quick to refrag, and now TAMU looking to scale up. Dill still somehow secures that last pick before falling prey to the snake bite, and TAMU are looking to flip the site now, planting towards CT after hearing this TP come through from Crescent.
A 1-on-2 and a smoke in the way. Crescent has to weigh the options, and well, the options get a little heavier when there's an operator right in front of you. So Crescent will head for the hills. Operator secured out of this round, and TAMU take a 10th.
Waiting patiently, but I mean, on the side of Winthrop here, it seems like in this mirror composition, they're struggling a little bit up against TAMU, who's, you know, you would think that they would kind of know the ins and outs, right? If this is your comp for the map, you would expect to know how to counter it a little bit more. Not to say that it's not a close matchup. It has been back and forth, but it does seem like from both sides, whether defending or attacking, TAMU and Maroon look a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's you run this comp, big dog. You strap for it. Surely there's got to be counter shredding in that department, and still early enough in this defensive half to see if Winthrop have those adjustments to make things happen. They'll get the bite for utility for shower into this round, and Crescent gonna step forward again, but on the other side of things, A77's off, picked up one toward a force. Will find nothing as it's forced to rendezvous away. The Trailblazer will be there to force him off the angle.
Rotation already being called, but with presence towards short here from Chayo, the Brim might actually decide to fall back, but Winthrop, they feel like it might be a fake, but they're faking themselves out. Noble just making enough noise here in hookah. But it is also this eco round here for Winthrop, so you gotta try and play numbers as much as possible. Play that cheese if you can. Make these fights unfair when you're already in the disadvantage. The poison orb timing is going to stall out a push up through short, though. Winthrop able to bide themselves a little bit more time as TAMU are a little bit nervous. They don't want to walk through at the risk of maybe a shotgun waiting on the other side, but all there is flare. Showstopper in hand could be a big play here, but very quiet presence here for TAMU. Maroon is not going to get that likely.
30 seconds left.
Be good for 1 second. Can't come through. Out of bullets in the gun, and Steel will have to trade. Waiting on the orbital strike from heaven is Winthrop. They'll throw it out now. Let's stall for time. It's 18 seconds. They can get there quick enough. They might be able to deny a plant. Noble's taking down Comey. And that plant is going to go down. The molly's through, but it's just too little too late. So Winthrop has to try to make a retake possible. Suddenly, you're questioning this ultimate here on this eco. Dill's picked up moves. Back of the side is Crescent, and he's gone too. Snowball has it from triple. A77 stuck in heaven.
Does have the op though, so would be able to carry that into the next round. Likely going to see if they can go for some exit frags here before backing off, saving that for the chamber. That is going to be the case. Not going to look to stick around for too long though. But we're seeing TAMU Maroon now run away with that 11th round on the board. It's a tall mountain to climb here from Winthrop if things continue to scale to the way that they are, because TAMU Maroon seem to be rolling with this momentum.
Absolutely. 2 up saves in a row. It's tough for Winthrop. This time they're able to buy up better around it. We'll see if that is a differentiator here for them. That double up looked promising towards the start of the round. Definitely could tell TAMU wasn't expecting the Brimstone to have that operator. But still, weren't able to convert at the end of the day. A round that you're going to need for Winthrop. Can't break the eco and be looking at a match point. You need this round win.
Viper's pit available here again for Winthrop.
Attacker spawn.
That will be thrown out towards short a little bit later,
Teleport's
especially
broken.
after some presence here towards B, but TAMU Maroon has been running with these fakes here and there that have been actually very effective. But now we're seeing a little bit of a different showing here from Winthrop, not playing those extremities nearly as much as we had seen previously. Noble will be good for one, but does equalize here from Moobs, actually giving them the advantage over TAMU, as they're down 2 players so far. Looking to re-clear towards Showers, though. You know, the Viper's pit is up towards short, so maybe hoping to isolate a 1 player watching towards back site. And that's going to be Flare here on off angle watching Showers.
Never will have Flare's number, and the Viper's pit will go down on to site. So TAMU, they've gotten in through the alternative angle, regardless of that short utility. Only waiting for this team to occupy towards CT before he makes his way through on the pincer. See if the team can coordinate well enough to make this retake possible. Moves picked up Tayo. We know the main target here is going to be that Viper. They found it now. Never will fall until Showstopper available. Molly going to be in the way. Sky Smoke's down now as well. Dill has nothing going into this one. A tap onto the spike. Stalled for now. No half item for Winthrop. Showstopper's out for Dill. They baited it, and now they can start an actual defuse, and it's secured as well as Comey will sneak through the Sky Smoke. Will take down Dill. This defuse so very close, but it's right there for Winthrop. .11, the differentiator in that one. But Winthrop will steal it away on the retake.
Really well done by Winthrop on that retake. A nice attempt in the post plant from TAMU Maroon, but unfortunately just weren't able to get it in time. It was just milliseconds separating the round win there, so staving off match point for a little bit longer, and was a very important round for Winthrop to win as well, considering their economy situation that's going on. And now we do have Seekers back up again here for Winthrop, so ensuring that their Sky in the hands of Moves does sustain long enough into the late round to potentially play the Seekers in the first plan.
Preston's picked up Naber. Secondary look won't quite come through, so we'll rendezvous away with just a sliver of HP left. This guy's all the way across the map, so slim chance the regrowth comes through anytime soon. Still over towards Fountain. Trailblazer out. Noble's picked up both players over towards Shower. Comey and Flare, a bit of a lineup. Allows for quicker damage on the spray down. Noble will take down those Shower players. It forces Crescent to have to watch this position, and it's left A short wide open.
Ooh, Guiding Light to come out to clear out front U-Haul. Nothing to be found. Showers is being held down here by Crescent. Not sure if the off is still waiting. Able to land down the flick on Noble, so Spike has been downed. However, zoned out now by the orbital strike. We're actually going to see a TP come through. Use the chaos, the sounds to make the rotation over towards the B side. This will give Moobs, though, the chance to sustain here for Crescent as the overgrowth comes out, and we're looking at elbow control here and a reflank to come out from Dill.
Buddy system over towards elbow, and Winthrop have managed to occupy the site thus
One
far.
enemy remaining.
Crescent op looking towards Hookah. Peak will come in on loading time. Dam has picked up moves. 1-on-3. The op player has found one. Leading ace to win out this round. Both players lead towards elbow, and a rifle's picked up for Crescent. They're gonna have to spike. This one's gonna come through so very quickly. Dam's picked it up. So find it through the box. It's 12-7. It's match point. The Texas A&M's main squad.
Match point now, like you mentioned here, Kat, and Noble does have the Seekers available going into this next round for the information game. Flare has been holding on to the showstopper for a few rounds now. This is obviously now the time to use it. It's now or never, because it will be match otherwise. It's again only a best of one series here in semi-final. So Bind is going to be the only one. And Crescent, unfortunately, aggressing a little bit too far, will walk into the crosshair of Tayo, awarding him the first blood here with the Tour de False.
Walk up through Hookah and even beyond. Down B ramp is Winthrop. They've given the space away to Sign. Tayo's on the rear, has caught a 77 out. The Seekers info, there's a second in that department. You should know about the race DP2. Flare to step forward. Showstopper in hand. There's a player so very close. Noble swings out, gets the spray, but can't finish the shot. Pink shells out. Everybody will sneak into the tin can and will sneak away from damage. Poison Orb to stall out this spacing into Hookah. There's no gap at all. It's a perfect throw. So Flare will see nothing. It'll be so awkward if these players get out back into the bomb site. Comey can alleviate that pressure if he can find something to the back of the site, but it is not an easy task. Time continues to dwindle as Moves will step out onto the windowsill, now into the site. Comey to pick up two. Tayo has one, but it's trades in favor of Winthrop. Flare's got three out on the waterfall, and Winthrop just have to hold on to this defuse, have to hold. Time's on their side, and that it is. 2 seconds left for that defuse to come through, and Winthrop will stay alive.
What looked like a tall climb is now only 4 rounds to go to take this game into overtime. Kat, I took a little bit of a look on the bracket there, and we already have results on the other side of semifinals. TAMU White took the dub over UCF Knights. So that means that if TAMU Maroon can close out this game, we'll be having a TAMU v TAMU Grand Finals.
TAMU diff today. Can they close it out? They're switching up the tempo. Forget the default. It's pure contact, baby. Dill's in first out short has found Comey. Tayo's found Flare. A77 trying to step in a lamp, and he's gone out the round 2. Dill's doing it all right now down towards CT. 2 players left for Winthrop in this one, and they're forced out by all that utility. Shot's gonna ride for Crescent. That one can't be caught either. That's a big moment. That's not going to come through. 2 looks from the Tour de Force, and neither going to land. Out towards CT first at the chamber. He'll fall to Tayo. Moves got a pop flash for themselves. It's the 1-on-4. There's the flash. Here comes that peak, and it's a frag for Dam. It's a 13-8 score line. It's a TAMU Grand Finals.
Ooh, looking forward to seeing TAMU Maroon versus TAMU White later on today. But to give a little bit of a wrap-up of that last matchup, in a mirror match, we're seeing TAMU Maroon taking the dub over Winthrop VALORANT. And I think what was really interesting in that last round, TAMU Maroon, they really sped up the tempo, and that caught Winthrop off guard. They just wanted to close things out. Had been playing, a little bit slower in the early round before scaling up. Yeah. This time, just went for full-on explosivity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that call too. I mean, we saw Winthrop walk it down B ramp 1 round prior, so the knowledge that this team's playing a little bit quicker. I mean, obviously limited utility in that round, but still the fact that that team is playing forward. So let's take advantage. Let's meet them. Let's blunt force it, and having the extra members over towards A short, even if there was aggression there, it's the confidence of, well, we're gonna have the trades. It'll be all good. Able to walk through, and ironically, there's nobody over towards short. I think a lot of that comes off of Viper utility conditioning. So, I mean, almost every time we see double controller on Vine with that Viper being that secondary controller, it's always toxic screen to cut off the look onto sight. It's always a poison orb going towards lamp, and no one ever messes with short. You just understand the Viper's got it. Hey, it's all yours, man. You have fun. You do what you will. So no attention towards short. I mean, that utility's every single round. It's there for Texas A&M. So no one's ever playing short. They recognize a fantastic call from the IGL of the roster, and it's gotten them that ticket to Grands.
Yeah, that was the first and only time they had used the toxic screen for that burst execution. Sometimes not putting anyone there whatsoever, sometimes a lurk up, but catching them off guard. And now, before we do head over towards Grand Finals, which is going to be the only best-of-3 series within this event, we do have the bronze match up first. So on the other side of this break, while we get these lobbies set up, please stay tuned here for UCF Knights versus Winthrop VALORANT.
first, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay. Do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow. That's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, hey Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this, or I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing. And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer it very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially with women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game, and now I'm playing more of a controller based or sentinel, which is very crucial for holding down sites. So by playing that now and then having those semesters in my backpack of experience, everyone has treated me with respect, and uh, I would hope it stays that way. And either way, I demand respect because I reciprocate that respect to everyone else. So it's definitely difficult, especially for girls starting out. That toxicity is there, especially even now. Whenever I play a game without my team there, that toxicity is there just for being a girl. But as long as you don't have that mindset of them affecting you because you're better than them anyway, it's fine.
Definitely. Well, that's good. I'm happy that you're getting respect that you deserve, and that's awesome. And thank you so much again for your time, and I really appreciate it.
No problem. I just wanted to add that our esports club as well, started only with 13 students and 2 teams in 2019. And now we're up to 19 different teams and over 350 students in to date in 2021. Like that progress is there. And even if you have such a small, like, if you think that things are so small, realize that a community is there for you, especially being a female in esports. That community is there for you.
Definitely. That's a great way to end it. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your story. I really appreciate it again and your time. Just thank you overall. That's awesome. Keep
No
doing what
problem.
you're doing.
Thank you
Thank
for the opportunity.
Of course. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Thanks. Bye.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the esport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, what, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it are.
Well, my name is Darian Wheeler. I'm a junior at Cornell College, and I play for the Overwatch and Smash Ultimate team there. I also play football, and I enjoy playing Ultimate Frisbee as well.
Wow, how do you have time for all that?
I have no idea.
Before we head into grand finals, we do have a bronze match underway here. It's going to be a best of one between the losers of both semifinals. That's going to be UCF Knights versus Winthrop Valorant coming up next. Kat, welcome back. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. And, before we jump into any of the rosters, before we jump into the map selection, can I make a score prediction? Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
It's going to be 13-8. I don't care who, but it's going to be 13-8 because both of these teams just lost 8-13. So it only makes sense, right? It's the prophecy.
I wrote that down. I'm keeping you to this later on.
Okay, yeah, it's 13-8, 100%.
All right. Well, we'll see if I can bust you for match fixing after this one. But I believe we do have some head-to-heads if we want to take a look at the rosters before we get into the map pick and then the game itself. So let's take it over to Winthrop Valorant, the team that we just saw on stream. That's going to be Flare, A77, Comey, Moobs, and Crescent. We saw them playing up against TAMU Maroon. They played that double controller set up there on Bind. This time around, not going to reveal the map quite yet, but it did seem like they struggled to counter their own mirror composition. So I would like to see, after this small break, after this breather, how they're going to regather themselves here for the third place match.
Yeah, and that opponent, it's going to be the UCF Knights. We got a chance to talk to a representative, the hype man himself, Rudy, at the end of quarterfinals 1. Okay, I know the word interview. Thank you very much.
I was trying to help you gather your thoughts,
Actually, I appreciate that. I do appreciate your effort.
No problem.
Anyway, we got Maniper Bios, Akali, Star Potato, of course, Rudy, the man of the hour. Love that guy. He's so friendly. And it will be in an L motive to lose this game, so him and Cookies and Cream better have this one secured. That's all I'm saying, because you definitely do not want to be 4th seed when you can be 3rd seed.
True. It's true. But we do have maps just about ready. So let's see what bands did go through, what map we're going to end up playing it out on. And it looks like we've got Ascent back to that bread and butter for most teams. That very fundamental heavy map. I wish I had bread and butter right now.
You got me.
Damn,
you got me hungry. Yeah, we were just talking in the green room that the Winthrop side of things headed over to the cafeteria before this game kicked off. Got a little bite to eat, and man, I love a little bread and butter. Bread and butter do be nice. We've seen this several times this weekend. I don't feel like we have too much in terms of like variety. I don't feel like there's been that much different. I will say I think the Omen has had statistically more success, at least for us here on the broadcast. But I mean, it was 28 teams that played this weekend, so there's definitely room for additional comps to sneak their way through. We saw the Astra once. I believe it did lose on broadcast. Ash, correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe the Astra did end up losing out that time around. If we're just talking about like the difference between controllers, I believe, yeah, that was UH Premier up against TAMU Maroon actually on Ascent. They weren't able to quite make full use out of it, but going into this next matchup, actually looks like it's going to be a mirror matchup, save for the duel list here. UCF Knights Akali actually electing to pick up that Jet instead. How are you feeling about, do you think that's a difference maker here for either of these teams to have a slight edge up?
There's no combo util for the Rays, so not entirely. I don't think just the paint shell will make that big of a difference. And I think there are cases where the Jet does look a little better. Like, for some reason, every team we've seen play Ascent so far loves to run it down mid. And the Jet's pretty dang solid for dashing a tile. So I think there's validity there still. Like, those Cloudbursts have value when you are playing pretty quick burst executes on the defensive end. So we'll see. I mean, utilization's everything, right?
Well, we'll see how that does pan out, because it'll be a very different look to see if Akali will be playing more aggressive on that jet pick, because when we did see him over on the Reyna on Icebox earlier, it was more of that kind of lurky play style where you kind of work as an individual up on the site, try to isolate the player, instead of that very bursty kind of execution. But to kick things off, already a flash through the window here onto Crescent. No shock damage done quite yet, and going to be the chamber that actually comes out on top. So whittling a hole already in the defense here for USC Knights.
That push continues its way through mid. The trademark will be disabled, and Spike to be defaulted and sat down outside of a lobby. So that should be the pivot point here in this round. See how much they can sell fake over towards this B side. No additional utils come through for Winthrop just yet. Just waiting to see if they can get any extra freebies here in this one. But Knifer's dart to come over the top. Same time as that knife. Is going to be the scan onto Crescent, who will get out of dodge. He's going to have himself a rendezvous away. And there the execute is for Winthrop. They've got the extra numbers here in terms of headed towards this A site. They know about some potato back of the site, and they'll take him out. Omen will fall. Akali's got to trade onto the Sova. Looking for more scaffold and has it. Going to pick up the player dice. This player will fall. Dash window activated. Looking for more. Triple dipping, in fact, up to scaffolds Crescent, and they're fragged out by the hype man himself. Rudy to have that one, and we'll calm down for a moment as we get a 3-on-2.
Recon bolts come through. Does get shot out, but doesn't actually tag anyone up. Moobs holding the fort down, isolating. 1v1s dodging between the lines there by Generator, and Comey will be the one to clean things up here for Winthrop, securing them the pistol.
Pistol secured off of what is that early chamber frag. The value towards mid allows for extra pivot points for Winthrop, and use them quite nicely. I was nervous for a moment there because of the value that we get from Akali to come out towards scaffold, but unfortunately can't find those extra frags. But did start off pretty nice with what was that two-piece, holding it down, waiting for the rest of the team for the retake. Did get kicked off. Let's go around. We've got Winthrop. Spike moved outside of A lobby, now towards B lobby. They'll push their way towards main. Akali by the Marshal up into this round. So the team sitting on those eco weapons, and find a body shot to Crescent.
Who gonna jiggle towards Cat? Not gonna find anyone though. And so far, a lot of noise being made with the spray in B main, but otherwise, not too much investment going in here by Winthrop. We'll retrieve the spike. Actually gonna walk back towards B main tiles with it, throwing out that pop flash. The flash drive will earn some space towards arches, but Akali's still watching diligently. Shot out the owl drone, not looking to be droned off. Trying to get a shot down here with the Marshal with tailwind in hand, but they're not looking to re-peek it. They don't want to risk falling to that sniper.
Cookie Cream able to pick up one. Eco teams finding some value thus far. Off defensively CT, but it's a rotate from Winthrop. Crescent's gonna find Akali in towards mid. It's a dark cover for the cross towards Cat, towards that A site. Paranoia will go down and will catch the Omen. So they've got to tick it in. Really close in this dark cover. Comey's picked up that frag, converted that controller kill, and that means a plant for Winthrop. Now to the post. One more look towards Cat. A possible pickup for Rudy.
Waiting here, Flare. Sice and Clean picks up, and Comey on the other side of the site will finish things out. So 2-0 here for Winthrop, carrying over 4 guns into this next round. Moogs will be the one to have to buy up, but we might actually... I'm wondering if we'll see Crescent maybe tossing that one over just because the Headhunter is available, but instead that's going to be a 77. And the... Never mind. I'm just getting baited left and right. I'm gonna... That's enough out of me. What do you get? How's it going on your end?
Oh, well, you know. The push gonna storm through A main. Moves will secure that one. The suppression means Akali's got no dash, and rip Bozo. Caught lacking, and that's a gun given away. So now no worries. Moves was sitting on what was just a ghost, but now has a Spectre to play with, or a Vandal in fact. Pick up Star Potato. Double flash for Rudy, just trying to play their way out of what is a dangerous situation. Doran can't do so. Has a trade for the troubles, but will be taken out by moves. A 3K to be secured. And Spike picked up outside of A lobby. Decisions to be made. The Chamber Lurks walk through towards B. The comms will start to be relayed. Take that Spike over to the B bomb site.
Did Crescent see him in market though? That's the question. I think didn't want to aggress too far just in case of triggering the tripwire.
Teleport's ready.
Okay, so I do think they had an inkling that recon bolt perfect to give moves the drop down to secure the 4K needed. Leaving now the Viper Bios in a 1v3 situation. Make that 1v2 recon in hand. Not going to pull it out quite yet, just in case. With the double swing, it should be all over, and the drive-by will come through here for Crescent. And now Winthrop, they seem to have converted this bonus round, especially due to getting that early first blood in the round. So that's going to be 3-0 for them.
What a confident close contact angle. Running that thing on down, and there would have been a refrag there. Didn't need it, fortunately. 2 rifles away, and Eco looking pretty sturdy for the Winthrop boys. They're looking to take their talents over towards B main in this one. Cookies and Cream going to be close on that angle. Certainly Headhunter in hand. It's a no command forward. Winthrop want to guarantee this round. Cookies and Cream over towards Log Fragment. It moves and then actually check the angle. Percent does. So we'll have that frag. But I'd rather pick up one from the lower side of lane. Nothing else though. Comey a trade. Sight opened up. Plant going to go down. And A77 will bring back the KO.
Trying to push in towards market. Crescent gonna take Rudy down. So that leaves 2. And we finally got a Marshall in the hands of Akali, not able to make too much work with it. Crescent secures a 3K to close out this flawless round here for Winthrop. Not too surprising because they did have the gun advantage going into that one. But now UCF Knights are seeing themselves in this ping-pong economy, stuck in this back and forth buy and save. At the very least, you can kind of sit happy knowing that UCF Knights will likely have 2 Eco Ultimates going into the next round if things do go awry. But what would be important though is then ensuring that Cookies and Cream can secure at least 1 kill or an alt orb going here, so that Tool the False comes online regardless.
Crescent is going to pick up the first look. The UCF defensive chamber gone yet again. Consistently, that first player to go. And this round shall be no different. Util from both sides up towards A main. Rudy caught by the drone, so cannot find a peek. Can't pop flash for the Jet out of line. Still Util to suppress. Paint shells on their way, and there's the duelist difference. Akali put in the checkmate situation. And he'll fall to A77. Star Potato will take down the opposing chamber in mid, but Moose will keep the push on its way. Pop Flash to come forward. They don't know how close this Omen is. He stepped into this dark cover. He'll find Comey. A second look, but cannot take shots on the second. So 1 frag for their troubles. A 2-on-3 situation. The defense down a player.
Recon clears out towards market. It's going to allow moves to actually reclaim space here. Flair's going to get caught off guard though, and Star Potato with the 3rd kill under his belt. 2v2 situation, both players playing split. Can't play contact with each other. Well, now that A77 is actually moving towards lane, it's a story. That's going to be Rudy with the refrag. KO versus KO. Spike initiated moves waiting. Does know that he is playing towards left side. Going to make a dash towards Spike. Maybe try and get that towards half. We'll try to go for the spray down moves with the difficulty, but it is towards half, but moves gonna close things out regardless with the 3K. 5-0 here for Winthrop. Incredibly well played. Things were looking a little bit scary if they had continued to play split like that, but moves coming in clutch regardless.
Not a clutch from moves. Just the way you want to play that. So hard in that situation if your moves to not just wide swing and look for the opportunity on that player when they are making their way out towards CT. But he's so patient on it, waits for Rudy to actually get into the spike site, and when he does, he'll step forward. Starts with the wall bang. Notices, well, out, not really hitting anything. Oh, he would be dead by now. Comes through the lane, jump peeks, make sure that player does jump off the spike, and then looks for the swing when they jump back and re-engage on it. Knows they won't have a gun in their hands. But for now, we can look at a 5-0 score line for Winthrop and Ash. A timeout for UCF. What does this team do differently?
I think what's been a little bit difficult is Akali during certain rounds is getting caught out of positioning. You know, now that tailwind, it's been a while since the tailwind has been adjusted, but having to activate it, only having a certain window, has to make you very intentful with popping that piece of utility. So you're going to have to look for an early engagement. You can't necessarily always rely on it to just get out of jail for free anymore, because it does have to have that initial use first. But I think otherwise it would be interesting to see maybe a bit more push and pull. UCF haven't really gone for flanks quite yet, and as I say that, I mean, it is an eco round. They do equalize at the very least, but that is the opt down now towards mid. Actually going to see UCF Knights trying to reclaim that, put it in the hands of Cookies and Cream.
Woo. Flare to storm in, Viper going to fall onto the site. It's once again retake time for UCF. See if this crew can find better luck this go around. Cookies and Cream will be here all the way down into main. Sova goal, and Cookies and Cream faster on the trigger. A77 will fall. It's even numbers. Results to work with here for UCF. First look will be there. Players picked up one. It's traded back, but a second to go with it. Two nice share tasks from Rudy. I'll put him into a one-on-one. Red point will tag Comey, but he's got the frag on a Rudy on the jump down. It's 6-0. Winthrop continue the winning ways.
That's a really brave jump down from Market, actually, not being exactly sure if lane was clear or not, but we are 6-0 like you said. And on the side of UCF Knights, they do have 3 ultimates to work with here, so Cookies and Cream electing to go with the Tool de False in this round, maybe Hero Rifle it out next round, and you do have the Null command here, so that would be a great place to start for UCF Knights, either on a retake or stall out the push of Winthrop, depending on where Presence is shown. Presence going to be trying to peek with the Operator, but Comey's already worked his way up towards the tree. A really explosive and quick pace this time around here for Winthrop University.
Nice utility usage there. Rudy's going to pick up one. Will inevitably fall to what is that showstopper, a flare for a trade. But they've stalled this push in its entirety. Akali's going to pick up A77 and make sure that A main angle is not going to be available for this team either. Winthrop now working with Garden, working with opportunity into Scaffold. They've broken that window. They've taken steps in that area of the map. But I'm so very close to this one. We'll peek out for one. Traded, though, by the Omen.
With a TP back, but Cookies and Cream is already towards the B site. Might not expect the walk up towards CT though. Here's the plant to go through.
Spike planted.
Just waiting to buy time for UCF to rotation out, but Crescent on the lurk is going to go big to equalize here, taking down the TP too. So no rendezvous potential here.
Player standing.
Unfortunately, both shorties will meet, but for Crescent, he will fall. Cookies and Cream comes out on top. This is the opportunity that UCF Knights is looking for to get their first round on the board.
Comey box, still checking.
No!
The no scope for Cookies and Cream. He lets him know about it. That's the double stuff down back of sight. We'll shoot out the rest of that ultimate as well to get the extra orb. And it's 1-6 as UCF. It takes them 7 rounds, but they've got themselves on the board.
Hey, takes 7 rounds, but that kind of shot, that kind of kill to end out a round to close it out is like, that's sometimes the exact thing a team needs. Like something a little bit goofy like that to like bring the energy up and like to hype yourselves up again, bring everything back together. So maybe we'll see a bit more confidence coming out from UCF Knights for the remainder of this half, see if they can make this comeback happen.
You want to play? Let's play.
No better time than now. Pop Flash a bit griefed. They still have got themselves the Space A main. They've got themselves the ult torp. Akali gonna step through. Shots fired.
No targets acquired, though, and we'll jump back to Scaffold. The rest of the gang, patience will be a virtue in this round. There's plenty of time still, so Winthrop, even after that early util dump,
Deploying drone.
start to rethink the options, reweigh the default.
A lot of attention over towards the A site, where you're going to see the rotation come through. Cookies and Cream's holding a really tight angle in B main here, so someone will pop in just a moment. Here's the null command be popped. Will choose to rendezvous out before the actual radius does hit for the suppression. Just spamming operator shots now through the smoke, none to land and find their mark. But the paint shell is actually going to force Akali out, and unfortunately can't get out because of that tailwind already being expended. And I feel like that's one of the big differences here on why Winthrop has been able to win so many rounds, is because Flare, with those paint shells, is constantly putting Akali out of position.
Flawless. Gun here.
Yeah, I think the point is incredibly valid, and we talked about at the top of the cast if there's going to be a difference between these duels, and there certainly has been. And it has ironically been, yeah, that matchup between the two of them in several instances of that uprooting utility. And well, it's led to what is the 6th round lead, and no signs of stopping for Winthrop. Cookies and Cream will put an operator into this round. That'd be the force up for UCF. They're hoping it yields some results here. They want to say what they can of this half.
Tailwind expended again. Unfortunately, not able to be used because Akali's going to walk out into a whole horde of Winthrop players here in mid. The drone to clear out towards market. There is a trademark watching on the right side, and Beniper Bios with the stinger is trying to check the cross, but Winthrop, they've cut noise. Will be backing out of arches actually to reclaim space towards A lobby.
And they'll start the work up Gelato, as mentioned. And then starts to reach towards Scaffold. So lots of space for this team onto the actual spike site. There'll be retake duties for UCF. 100's Fury and Spawn. So there's a chance they can throw that to deny the plant. There should be time regardless for it to go back down. There's that 100's Fury out. Looking for tags and players running in. It will catch
30 seconds left.
Crescent. So that's one player gone early. Lose will have a trade back. So that smokes out of the retake.
Planted.
This is a hard one for UCF. Cookies and Cream looking to open up options, and we'll find moves on that
Last player
cross.
standing.
A 2-on-2 now. Into a 2-on-1 as Flare will pick up Beniper from the dice box. Cookies and Cream out through door. That's exactly the location of both of these players. Wallbang no good, and Flare on the swing. We'll find a 3-piece. We'll find another round. 8-1 for Winthrop. The force buy is no good.
Not too much to work with here on the eco round for UCF. The only ultimate online for them will be the From the Shadows, and at least on the defender's side, I find it a lot less potent. It's really nice in a pinch when you're an attacker. You maybe lose the spike in the hands of the enemy. You go pick that up and cancel it in a favorable position. But we're going to see a Paranoia to come through. This is going to deny Cookies and Cream an arrested angle, but a big recon bolt to light up all 5 members of Winthrop here. So no guessing for UCF. Knights, they know that the endpoint is going to be A on this blitz attack for their anti-eco.
Beniper will get popped through the back of the site. It's open yet again for Winthrop. Plant's going to go down. Akali will step forward
planted.
into the dark
No.
cover. Walk right past this KO. Timing will be everything, and moves will not run out. We'll look for a second as well, but Flare and Crescent are too quick on the shots. It's 9-1. Everybody on Winthrop going to get themselves a pick in that round.
Yeah, Winthrop seems to just be running with the momentum right now. UCF Knights kind of stuck in this cycle of round losses where it can really start to take a toll on, it feels exhausting after a certain point. And it ends up being a really big team effort to try to keep things together, keep energies high and whatnot. At the very least, there is no prize money on the line here. This is for seeding, and it's only a matter of 2 different rankings within the seed, but can be a difference maker nonetheless for regionals, because I believe it is only 1. And as I say that, the first to fall, speaking of ones, will be Akali once again. Man, just with positioning and whatnot, things have not been panning out for him.
Nowhere to run. There's Fury on his way off that tag. That will not pan out. Cooking the Cream will catch Crescent. And that brings things just a little bit closer. Still going to be difficult in this one, though. Still player deficit. And just that chamber onto this B site will set up a nice little trademark for themselves. Bolts out, Util on its way, and well, you know this one's coming your way. Your Cookies and Cream in the back of the site. So Storm through. Paranoia will not catch this player on the site box. We just caught one of the crosses. An opportunity for Cookies and Cream to swing out for one. Has it as well. From the shadows from Star Potato, but it'll be caught out. It's a 77. We'll grab the 2 frags and put the plant down.
You can see Winthrop, they really like to play this split post plant in 2v1 situations. It's the same position coming from A77 over towards lane. And once again, a player, except this time, is going to be Flare up towards the stairs by Market.
Last round
Crosshair just comes through for an easy double digits here for Winthrop. 1 round remaining in the half for UCF Knights to try and put another point on the board before we do swap. But it's going to be on a broken bye. Cookies and Cream, at the very least, will have the tool to us online, but otherwise, largely eco weapons across the board.
Looking at that burst execute for Winthrop. They're going to play this one pretty dang quick. Flash to come out early. Null command on its way. Be that triple stack over towards the B site. UCF set up for this showstopper forward. Akali's picked up 1. Showstopper has nothing. Cookies and Cream will take another. But Iper to get involved. Winthrop nothing towards this actual spike site. A77 close start cover has picked up 1. Trying to turn this round on his head. Step forward for moves. Pop flash down. But Iper will pick that one up. The drone from A77 confirms the location of just 2 players. But give his away in trade. Step out towards CT is out Cookies and Cream. But the refrag from Rudy's good. 2 to 10. UCF will grab a second.
Switching sides.
Swapping sides now. It's going to be extremely important for UCF Knights to be able to secure this pistol round. Sets the tone for the remainder of this half to see if they're going to be able to afford that buy-up. Close the gap as early as possible, because 8 rounds is a far way to go to take it over towards OT. But, I mean, Cat, Ascent, this was actually Winthrop's map pick. So I feel like they're really showing why and how that has come to fruition with this really clean attacking side out of them so far. And now on the defense, I'm looking to see what else they have to bring to the table.
So these guys looking crispy on the attacking side. Start to the defense, and man, you in the pistol, almost certainly you put yourself on match point. Almost certainly we see UCF throw out a force. We look towards mid right now for the Knights. Kristen so far up towards B main, and Rudy will be caught off guard, will be taken out, and still not the rendezvous just yet. So the challenge feels unsafe, even with the opportunity to double swing this one.
Playing another off angle here for Crescent, just waiting to see if anyone will walk in. They're patiently seeing if he will overheat and maybe aggress though. And
it's an overheat
will
on
push
both
up.
sides.
Yeah, Kali gonna be the one to fall here. And at the very least, UCF Knights still maintains spike control for themselves, and we'll see the rotation being pulled over now towards Tree. All 3 members looking to funnel in. Moves as a fragment to slow things down.
30 seconds left.
2 players in a step in front of it. Moves has 1. Beniper has a trade. Teammates cut off for now, and Comey still towards door. Looking for the shots of Beniper, but can't quite land them. So this team does manage to find their way into the spike site. They're going to plant down over towards A.
Shock dart to come through. Not going to find its mark, and an owl drone to give a little bit extra info over towards Star Potato.
One enemy
Shock dart to come out. The crossfire does reign supreme, and these are the two that you want in a 2v2 situation. Rudy talked about it in the interview. Star Potato, always a clutch player. Benifer Bios, perfect utility to help him out. That's going to be pistol round in the hands of UCF Knights. That's exactly what they needed. Elsewise, could have been a one and done.
90%. 90% in clutch situations. UCF managed to walk that one back from what looked like an unwinnable position. They get themselves space towards Cat. They get themselves a post-plant hold. Now they'll sit outside of B main. Winthrop going to walk their way up mid. That drone is the info that was the chamber. No choice but to rendezvous away. And that's going to stall out the early part of this round.
Moobs is going to be the one taking an aggressive B angle this time around. Already walking up. Actually going to be two to make the mark. And Cookies and Cream awaiting with the Bulldog will just shut that down. Winthrop now with 2 holes in their defense. B site looking completely open so far. Aside from Cousin, who's hiding in the corner.
Oh.
But the trigger discipline
player
does not pay off. A free sight for the plants here for Benifer Bios. Winthrop only have Flare for the retake, but with the classic in hand, the Bulldog will come out on top, earning UCF Knights a flawless round for themselves as they make this steady climb up.
UCF got that dog in them. 3 Bulldogs in this round. In addition to these 2 Spectres. So the bonus with Bright Horizons in this one. We'll head back to B.
A little bit of a late rotation back over towards A lobby. Recon Bolt will get info that there is presence there, but won't give anything as far as how many. Crescent is the one to aggress towards B main once again. We'll find his mark. And Benifer just waiting patiently, seeing someone will continue to aggress through as UCF Knights move up here for mid control. It seems like the tree push has been most successful for them so far. We'll see if that can come to fruition once again.
I'm definitely going to have this extra space towards A main, so just gives that extra info. This team shouldn't be looking in that direction offensively. Crescent going to be in for a rude awakening here on the angle. Cookies and Cream going to pick that one up with the Bulldog burst fire. This team looking to take themselves to that B site finally. Dark cover will come through. CT player cut off. Push on its way. 0 Point's got a lot of value in terms of utility. And it'll slow down the UCF side quite a bit here. So you have to be a bit more cautious in the back of that boathouse. Point will finally go down, and Winthrop's already prepared for a retake. They're going ahead and take it. Paint shells are out. Pop flash forward as well. Tigers picks up Flare. Another to go with it, but 2 trades back the other direction. Smokes out. Paranoia still available for Comey. And that'll go forward as well to clear off that initial right side as they come down CT stair. Comey's found Rudy. Benifer, the first 2 going in. He finds the other. He can do just that. A 2K coming in and a 2K coming out the round as well.
A
team
huge
captain of Benifer.
clutch. Oh my god. We're going to see a quick replay of that, but that was all the fact that Benifer was able to at least dodge the recon bolts. And then isolating the 2 players. That was massive to come out from now. What was originally a 10-2 half is 3 rounds in the row here for UCF Knights. Likely a 4th as well, considering the fact that Winthrop is now pushed onto Mbuko. But as I say that, Flare with a mid aggression for the first time ever, lit up by the recon bolts, will be punished for it. Now, all of a sudden, we're down to a 4v1.
The numbers dwindle so quickly. And this one, nothing's picked up towards me. Come out the dark cover. And we'll take one for the trouble. Star Potato will have the trade. And a 6-10. Numbers slightly closer.
I like how Star Potato really just looked at Akali's body there. Akali, honestly, I feel kind of bad for the guy. He can't really catch a break in this game. Like, I feel like that could definitely take a mental toll on the team, but regardless, I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's the whole team maybe, keeping their spirits high, but they're doing so well to continue momentum on now that that's shifted into their favor to close this gap. And I think that's huge to be able to keep the team together. Tour de Force pop now here, and Crescent pushed out all the way already towards Sabrosa. Eye on B-Link will earn himself a kill. Now pushed off the angle by Owl Drone, and a rendezvous back to safety.
These two players going to walk their way up towards A main, try something new on the defensive side. Star Potatoes out behind the box has picked up one. There's no refrag. The buddy system has come to falter. I'll look towards an orb and overstaying the welcome just a bit there. So Flare will fall, and there's no refrag off it either. Numbers now evened up. Shock Bolt will do a bit of damage onto moves. Cookies Crossfire secured one. There's a nice refrag. I think 77 gonna have that trade.
Odin in hand. Could be a huge spray stall potential here. The door will close. Broken quickly though, thanks to the LMG. Waiting as they hear the drop down in mid. Will get the drop on Star Potato. Swapping over towards the Vandal now here for the retake in a 3v2. The Sniper does have a recon bolt available. Hunter's Fury as well. Unlikely to see it come out in this round though, considering the boathouse position. Actually, no, okay. Gonna go straight for a stall on stairs. Not gonna find anything. Looking over towards lane, still no tags. Does buy a little bit of time.
It does, and well, a time taken right away. Crescent will pick up both frags with the Tour de Force out CT Stair. It's the 11th round for Winthrop University.
First round in this half on the defense, though, so UCF Knights looking a lot more comfortable on the attacking side up against this team, as opposed to how things were going on the defense. And on the side of either team, we're going to have two ultimates online here. Cookies and Cream actually going to be saving those creds. No gun in hands aside from the classic, so we'll be popping that Tour de Force at the beginning of this round. Rudy also 1 away from the null command, so if you can maintain control of this B main orb, that would be huge, but Winthrop, they're fighting for those extremities once again, not looking to allow that ultimate to come online.
We got that push up last round for Winthrop. It's not going to happen this round. Flare will vibe out towards the backside of A main, and Kali will activate. It will step into Crescent and will win that one out. Frag found. The dash back with the rest of the squad over towards mid. So UCF away the options. It's looking like Cat though.
Again, the tree aggression, this push in here, so comfortable for UCF Knights. You got the Cloud Burst to quickly cover the cross, but more aggressive angle being held by Flare. We push off by the flash through. Gonna be good for 2 though. Unfortunately, Paranoia does come out. Continues to live a little bit longer, but Cookies and Cream right around the corner to shut things down. Frags across the board to equalize. The TP from Star Potato in the ultimate will earn him a pick on a 77. Have to retrieve the spike here by Generator as Moobs makes the cross over to Deep Tree. A bait plant though to start to draw Moobs out, but the timing isn't quite there. Knows that he hasn't stuck it yet.
10 seconds left.
Now that plant's gonna come down. Moobs rushing to get here towards the Generator angle. Knows this player has to be tucked. Still, the peek's there, and Moves has the frag. He'll let him know about it as well. The 1v1 converted, and Winthrop, they found themselves on match point.
Means there's 6 rounds here for the CF Knights if they want to take it over towards OT. We're going to see a quick replay of that last round, but that was just chaos incarnate on this push in. Flare went huge with impact as far as stalling out that push, taking down 2 players as well, allowing the retake to actually come in through for the defuse. And you can actually see the 2 rounds that were won here by Winthrop were the defuse rounds. They haven't won out just stalling outside, going for picks. They won it out on the retake situations. And Operator back into the hands of Crescent will be looking aggressively once again for that tight angle towards B main. But instead, this time, UCF Knights, they're looking at A main. That's lacking the presence that is shown previously here by Winthrop, and this change of pacing as far as the aggression towards that main is going to allow UCF Knights to claim that space and pop that null command.
Paranoia trying to buy some time here. Flare going to be top of the box. Patient as ever with this. Players start to roll out. We'll grab 2. Third pick up by Comey. We'll grab another from the back of the side as well. Ooh, this is a big 1v4. If you're cookies and cream, going to be on the lurk. Winthrop, none the wiser, and they'll pick up that frag. A77 will finish the game. It's 13-6. Winthrop will take the 3rd seed going into the closed qualifier.
You said it was going to be a 13-8.
Close.
You were close, not far out, 2 rounds away. But I mean, Winthrop looks so comfortable on Ascent. I do really like, though, that when we did swap sides, UCF Knights really knew how to work the attacking side, just unfortunately didn't have the round cushion to do so, because it's like climbing back up Mount Everest. You know, when you're down 8 rounds when you swap, it's a long ways to go, and it's all about stamina at the end of the day as well. But both teams did play their hearts out, so GG's, that's Winthrop earning that 3rd place for themselves.
Yeah, and I think you brought up the key point going out of the agent select, the duel's differentials and what that bit of utility can mean. Fantastic point as well in the middle of the map, the fact that something like Akali was consistently getting checkmated, allowing for early opportunities for the team to play forward, and I think that did make a pretty monumental difference. Once again, Ash, the knowledge of the game is absolutely incredible, being able to recognize the fact that that is potential before we even get started in the matchup. And, well, we definitely saw the potential realized throughout the game. But throughout the day, we've got ourselves 2 teams that have made their way into the grand final. One of these teams will be the #1 seed. One of them, of course, the 2nd. And, well, both of them are from the same dang university. Texas A&M's main roster and their secondary squad face off in the grand finals. When we get back from the break, we'll see you there.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, you know we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hiveder spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Those who needed that victory, they needed to know that the reverse if it's going to take place. Haas started with the best.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go for the ledge, eating an uphill, and totally not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with his...
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now to flick over him. Chance, it's top of the box for St. Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered post flank here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and just save their weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again! Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're going to have to bait out this Immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the back of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fan Shui here, Not Leopard. What? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families! Stop it! They beat all 3 defenders!
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the right.
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Pro, after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
A bit frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke, from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity. And once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes. Fisher Row. Caught on the zip line. Wicked gets 2.
Another 4K for Wicked, who is playing out of their mind. The 500 IQ play. You knew that it was a weird angle to have that Viper spit. You knew that they were going to check everywhere inside. And
Alright, number 1, let me break this down for you. Series 3, last man standing. The anchor in Atata as he somehow manages to bring Illinois Wesleyan back from being in a 1v3 for this series.
big lead here for Wayne State, but we'll see. You know, Atata's not out of the count just yet, and they might be looking, I mean, they're definitely looking to take away with the 3 stock, but they can't play too risky. Okay, we see the NBA flash there. They're going to make it back to ledge. We also saw a pretty Hail Mary forward smash there, at low percent at that. The risk reward on that is a little skewed. Ooh, look at this jab reset into the forward smash. What a beautiful combo.
They just feel confident in their team, and there's nothing more that I love with that. But the mess is already trying to make a statement saying that you should have brought the person who could take the stocks first.
That is amazing right there. We saw the PK fire, multi-hits goes for the downer. There's an off-stage air dodge. Suddenly, this is looking very bad for Younglink and potentially Wayne State as a whole.
Side, don't let them grab you. You still got to be careful. Ness is a threat no matter where they are on the stage.
Nice rising fair to kind of even that out. Good blade beam to catch the PK Fire. Maybe the PK Fire is in reaction. There's a climb hazard. This is Ness's time. That forward tilt takes it. And IWU, Illinois Wesleyan Titans, takes it over Wayne State College 2-1 across the set. The final game going 2 stocks to Atata over Chef Louis 0 stocks. Oh my goodness, what a heart wrencher.
Well, there you have it. What a crazy week it was, and honestly, I know it's only going to get even crazier as we move on. Now, the competition is fierce not only just in Division A, but even some of these open division matches are going the distance and coming down to the wire. Now, as always, if you want to stay up to date on everything, give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or if you guys want to check out the matches live, we broadcast Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Once again, a special shout out to our partners at Esports U for providing additional coverage of our matches on their network. But I mean, that's it. That's all I've got for you guys this week. We're only 2 more weeks out after this, and I mean, I'm really curious to see how the playoffs shakes out.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the CECC South Regional Open Qualifier. 28 teams entered this weekend. After 2 days of VALORANT gameplay, we've whittled it down to just 2. And funny enough, Ash, the name is familiar on both sides.
Oh, it actually rhymes with 2. We've got 2 TAMU teams coming up next. That's going to be TAMU Maroon. That's their main roster. And the White Squad. So it's a same school head-to-head here for grand final, seeing which team is it, the main roster, or is it the other one that's going to take the lead here. And in finals, it's going to be the only best of 3 series. So they're going the distance to actually see who earns that #1 spot.
Yeah, that they are. This will be the only best of 3 here this weekend. This will guarantee you've got that #1 seed going into what will be that closed regional qualifier, where one team qualifies into the massive CECC LAN that will go down. I believe TAMU's been there before. I don't know if the secondary roster has, but I know the main roster has for sure. So you want a chance to get back there. And, well, I mean, you're guaranteed to have somebody from your school in that #1 seed, so you are feeling pretty comfortable. And, well, you've seen them before, at least this maroon side on the broadcast. So let's kick things off with the white side. We have pictures for the maroon side, so hopefully the white boys are out for media day.
Well, we'll see what's up.
There we go.
And we've got Thiene, Colcree, Luciano, Bing Chilling, and Winter here on the side of Texas A&M University White. And their opposition faces that I feel like we're pretty darn familiar with now over on the side of Maroon. But if you're just tuning in, or you missed out earlier on this weekend, let me see what we've got to bring for this next roster on the other side of this team.
You know them, you love them. It's Nalbert, Tayo, Dill, and Noble heading up the mantle on the other side of things and what is this inter-school matchup. These 2 players, I do wonder if they're in the lab today. It's quite fun if they're in the lab today, if they got the chance to compete right next to each other. You know the banter's going to be there, the trash talk will be there, and as we jump through the maps in just a second, we got to hear a little bit, because, you know, we know a little more than you guys. We see it in the Battle 5, we get the text chat. They want to play maps that they don't typically get a chance to play. And, well, you see that highlighted. It's a set leading the charge. It'll be Pearl for map #2, so a chance to get reps on that. And then Icebox will close out the set if we get there. You know, as I'd put my money on the fact that we probably do get there, just because these teams, why not get the reps? It's your own school making it through anyway.
That's true. But though you did say that they were looking to play on maps they hadn't played on, TAMU White are actually looking with that first map pick to make TAMU Maroon run it back on Ascent for the third or fourth time. I've lost track at this point. But that will be the first map coming up. I'm looking forward to seeing what agents we have in store. Ascent, usually pretty straightforward. You know, you have some interchangeable agents here and there, but I feel like there isn't very often something wacky being pulled out on that map.
Absolutely. And what's up an agent select here for Ascent? Fade KO, lock it on in, and same school doesn't necessarily mean we'll get the same compositions. We saw how much value that Raze did have in the last set, so to bring it back is always quite nice. We're looking at a chance at possible double Senti over on the Maroon side.
Ooh, that would be interesting to see, but instead it looks like it's just going to be the Killjoy in the hands of Noble. What feels like a very different look out of him as well, because we've only really seen him play the initiator role so far within the CECC South Esports Qualifier. So to see what he has to bring to the table as this Killjoy player is going to be probably a different kind of pacing and gameplay style, but again, they are both supporting style agents when it comes to those Inities and Sentis, so maybe similar as well. Who knows?
Who knows? Who could tell you? I'm going to ask you this, Ash. Before this one kicks off. Now, you haven't seen the white side. So, don't let that be a cop-out answer. In this school v school matchup, what side wins?
This map?
No, the series, man.
The series?
Forget the map. Give me it all.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I like to root for the underdog, so I'm hoping TAMU White does take it home. But at the same time, Maroon is the main roster for a reason, right? So, time will tell. My money's on White, though, to at least give Maroon more of a run for your money than maybe you would expect coming up from like a secondary roster.
Yeah, I mean, they both get here in the first place. They both are pretty high seeded. Could be a situation where maybe they're secondary just because they had extra players.
Perhaps.
You know what I mean?
It could be even Stevens across the board. Who knows? The other thing is that today, TAMU Maroon are playing with two players that we didn't see yesterday. I'm not sure which ones are really the main players, which ones are more so the subs, so that could also make a bit of a difference here in this matchup, considering the fact that both teams are so familiar with each other.
The world's largest roster pool. Noble sitting so close to this dark cover. Hear these footsteps cross behind, and then good to pick up one. Never a trade where they go down themselves, and it's an absolute slaughter onto this site. TAMU gonna head the charge. TAMU White, I should say. They're the same team, you bozo.
Teleport's gone.
Will win out in terms of the numbers. They'll have the extra member here for their post plant. Down over here back towards Cat. Good to pick up one for the jumping. Right click comes in from Winter. The uppercut to lay him out. It's high 1v2. We'll have
one enemy remaining.
Pistol in this fight. He's picked up one. 90 close. Shots exchanged. The jumping right click out for fun. Finey will pick it up. It's the white side. I'll take it 1-0.
That's a classic diff right there. It's like, you really can't do that with any other gun. And the difference that it makes with the movement and the ability to just jump around, trust in the RNG, is what allows them to take that round home. Now, buying up also to Spectres across the board for this team. It's going to be Dill, the only one to... Okay, no. Tao's going to go for the upgraded pistol as well in the Sheriff. We've seen how Maroon can lock onto heads in that individual prowess, so that could make a difference here, but got a spread default so far coming out from TAMU White.
Marshall shots through the wall here. No one home to answer them. Down there to the mid side for the Maroon roster. Prowler's out towards lane. Spotted nothing. On the white side will start to pull back on this default. Haven't got any contact just yet.
Rotating away now. You actually see a really heavy lean towards A. Mid completely open as far as arches goes here for Maroon. And a triple stack in tree. Tamu White did favor the tree side on that push in the pistol. This time, not daring to go through those close quarters instead. Looking more towards a main. A nice stall so far from Maroon, though, with the fragment and the 0 point. Turret to keep an eye on the choke point while things do go through. Paranoia to come out to make an easy execution.
30 seconds left.
Easy execution. Lead to what is a post-plant situation. Colcree will grab Nabbit from another advantage as well, and Noble trade that one back the other direction. Maybe even Stevens going into this retake. Scott are going to play this one pretty quickly. They're already set as that plant does just go down. Winter holding deep. B May with a Marshall. It's picked up one. Then passed over hands, and Dark Cover going to come through now, so they'll stun off this Marshall player, but Colcree's found another and still will go down from the door player. One way there for the post plant. Maroon Squad got to try to fight their way through this with what is already a limited eco utility. Tiny on the wide swing. Found Dam. Noble 7 HP, and well, that's quickly dwindled by Colcree. A 3K for the KO, a 2-0 score line for the white side.
Kind of how you expect it to go down for the team that does manage to buy up in that second round. And no ultimates online quite yet going into the next one. Now that there is a little bit more money in the pockets of Maroon, though, we're going to see the alarm bot placed towards mid-market, keeping an eye on that area as well as Pizza. Very standard Killjoy setup to see come out so far here from Noble. And again, always a double up towards that tree side. Not looking to actually push out too aggressively, as Tamu White are really pretty much blitzing here onto lane.
Not looking to run this one down. Plays back to site, ready though. Noble's picked up two, a third. And Colcree will grab two back to the direction, so hasn't been able to clear off this spike site for just a moment. But there's two more coming down CT's there. You have to deal with this Vandal, straight into danger, as they'll pick that one up. Nabber has the lurk as well. The Maroon roster will find their first round. It's a 1-2 scoreline.
Taking a peek back at the ult economy, there's going to be two available across the board, one for each team. So potential for Noble to play that retake game or throw down the lockdown just to stave off a push if the white team does manage to run down the clock, not get an early execute going. Meanwhile, on the side of that team, they also have that null command. So this is going to be the time to actually look for that Killjoy and try to keep her from using that utility. But if you look at the positioning of Noble right now, he's playing back in spawn towards mid just to try and counter that in case they are looking to push through B main, but that's just not the case quite yet.
He's got bomb out towards Archway. We'll bring it back now. Still work the pivot onto Cat. It's going to be a one-way. Holding them back for now. They do have plenty of initiator control utility to push past this if they opt for it. Still a full minute in this round. Patience going to be there. Let's see if the lurk can find over towards B. The damage. Force a Prowler out from the fade. Here's the cue to go. Paranoia has found nothing over towards Generator, but that dark cover has solidified their push out through Cat side. And they'll command guaranteeing that the Maroon roster will play off. They'll give them the space, the plan that they have.
Face your fear! One enemy remaining.
Ooh, lurk coming out big there for Winter, able to take down two, and all of a sudden we're seeing the complete shutdown of retake possibility from Maroon. The white keeping a tight hold on their post plant. That means that Maroon is going to be put into this kind of awkward position with the money once again. And we're seeing it, or not once again, but for the first time here in this particular matchup. And we're going to actually see a hero rifle into the hands of Dam this time. Playing towards A, but once again, Tamu White stacked outside of B.
Haunt broke. Additional utility going to come through from that fade. So the white side are playing themselves into B main. It's just the mid-market fade actually holding on to this site, so there is that chance to make their way in. Prowler out, spotted nothing log, it spotted nothing lane. Do they push this one forward is the question. Bing's picked up Tayo. It's a new player mid-market instead. It'll be Dill. Back into this angle. Fight's on its way. No one really wanting to capitalize on it, so the Whites are going to walk away just in case the rotates come through. Winter's picked up Navarro into Sabrosa. Chance for them into heaven, but Dan's found two. The hero rifle, it's getting involved out of Cat. And suddenly this rotation doesn't feel as safe as this White roster thought it might have been. Moonside has kept things even in the eco.
You also have to think about wanting to fall back, you know, to go for that full rotate over towards A. Leaves those guns in B link exposed for a flank from B.
30
so now
seconds
actually
left.
re-clearing towards main. They know no one's pushed out. Dill with the deagle though, able to take down one on Winter. This pushed a lot of pressure here on Bing Chilling. And also, unfortunately, taking the gun out. But able to put it back into his hands just in the nick of time for the wall bang. Now it's a 1v2 situation and potential for guns to be reclaimed here into the hands of Noble. There's always the Phantom already in the hands of Dam. We'll see how this one pans out.
Bing early CT stare on that first contact. Caught by Noble. Moonside is able to win out that round.
Thrifty.
And Eco comes through. One hero rifle. And Dam able to grab a massive value to start off towards Cat to even up the numbers. An interesting mid-round from the White roster there.
At the very least, they do have 4 ultimates to work with going into this one. One away from Nightfall as well, so if this is any time to equalize is now here for the Maroon roster, considering their bye will be kind of tough otherwise. They've slowly climbed up with that last round, but you want to keep that momentum rolling. Protocols online here. A rendezvous up to see if anyone's pushing in through A main. Not going to be the case as the rest of TMU. White will be making moves towards Arches once again, trying to cross over to Catwalk. And looking for that tree burst here, but still, there will be the potential for the fragment to come through, stall things out, buy time, the rotation, or utility, such as this one way.
Walking to mid. The Killjoy. Tiny will break the alarm bot. Can't break the nano swarm, so not able to occupy that space. 0 point will be dodged. This roster. One way on its way, and a little stack up over towards A right now. Dam's on the upper side of this box. And everybody coming Cat. Dill will be suppressed, so no dash out of this one. Caught by the paranoia, but has gotten out of dodge. Navar's picked up 2 before they fall. It's Dam and Dill to do the rest of the work. 3-3 the score line. Both Texas A&M rosters are tied up.
TMU White really respects the one-ways that Dam tends to throw down towards tree. That's 2 in a row, completely stalling them out, just to the point where they were like, okay, we're going to actually have to start executing towards site. We just got to push through this thing. Otherwise, we're not going to have any time on the clock to clear out site and initiate the spike. Now, TMU White pushed into an eco here. And they do have a showstopper in hand. Could be a Hail Mary as far as getting that damage done in an AoE fashion. But so far, the Odin actually stalls out any push towards B main. TMU White kind of struggling to claim space other than this A-lurk.
There.
Alarm bot back. With accordingly, that pop flash will be on its way. Nothing found off it, with definite damage going to be there. Noble will pick up Tiny now. And once again, the White roster can't get their way. Mid.
Oh no!
Jump off from Lucino straight into trouble. Dill has that one. Noble and Tayo will finish the last 2. And look at those assists. The KO with assists, the Killjoy with assists. So much util value on the anti-eco.
This is what we've seen though before from the Maroon team. We've seen the fact that, well, first of all, I think there's potential that they might be trying out a new like composition, all things considered, compared to the last time we saw them on Ascent. But they scale really fast, even on the defensive side. Once they have momentum rolling, it's risky because there's potential for overheat, but they really do like to just push in, collapse, and get very aggressively defensive. Just claiming space. Dill with the peek out. Unfortunately, does get caught out by a slight flash from the teammate, I believe, and Dan snuck his way here towards Wine. Sammy White looking a little bit suspicious of it, though.
Suspicious indeed.
Oh.
Check is the question. Pop flash through and Dam's picked up too. Being with the trade back. So at least we'll have the player dead, but not before losing those two teammates, and that's always so very tough. The entry duel is gone. The smoke's gone. It'll make this take so much more difficult for him now.
Maroon really found their footing with the coordination there. The jump peak will earn Bing Chilling a piece of information. Chooses to use the C's, but not able to glean a kill off of it. Fragment to go out backside as well. But Navers is just doing his best to keep taking too much damage. Will back off slightly. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, Tamu White, the only space they've got here is a main, and they're already looking to fall off with a deep flank coming out towards mid here on Catwalk.
Yeah, definite containment. That's going to be here. They want to rotate. The Maroon side is going to know about it. And now they got the buddy system established. They'll push this one up. Make sure these players do not get their guns out of this round. 0 point clear Wine. Prowler's going to clear out the close right. And well, checkmate. We know where these players are going to be. Bing's picked up one, but it's Navar and Dill to take those guns out the round. 5-3. The Maroon roster going to lead this one by 2.
Timeout now being called by White after a 2-round lead is secured here by Maroon. Cat, how are you feeling about this so far? Seems like the second that Maroon stole away that momentum, it's just starting to snowball into a larger and larger threat here for Tamu White. How would you like to see them bring it together to get this site execution down? Because right now, the clock's just working against them.
Yeah, I think the clock's working against them too because of how heavy they play for this mid presence. And it feels like the alarm bot is just the victor. Every go. I mean, no matter how many members the white side's willing to throw into mid, it feels like that alarm bot shuts everything down, kills momentum, and then they don't really know what to do once they do meet that oppression. Then come out this timeout with a better way to get themselves access into mid. I think it changes everything. I mean, and I think really it's as simple as just a tiny satchel into the middle of mid, probably breaks alarm bot, and they get the opportunity to actually scale effective.
Yeah, taking that down a little bit earlier would be nice, but I do agree that it's the mid-rounding that seems to be the struggle here for Tamu White. Originally, those first few rounds that they garnered for themselves were essentially based off of the initial decision-making that they made as far as site executions. But now that Tamu Maroon has the utility in hand, able to actually slow that down, now we're seeing, for the first time, a really bursty execute here on an eco round as Theone does satchel over towards site. Unfortunately, the paint shells does get stopped out by the door, and White, they're actually looking to take this space here in tree.
I think he's going to pick up Noble. That's going to go down for White, and that space on his occupied now as Dan will be there. Nightfall's on its way, and the retake will work quickly. Dilaz Colcree, his push continues on. Player stuck towards Hell. Luciano's going to pick up one as Dill drops down. Winter with a headhunter, and Colcree with the Sheriff. Suddenly, the white side looking at a chance at a victory. Dam in a 1v3 has to back away due to that near sight. Caught by the C's, pulled into the angle, and Luciano's will pick it up with the Stinger. It's an eco round win for the white side, 4-5 when the dust settles.
Really nice thrifty round to come through. Even the adjustment on the eco round, like you said, you know, not investing into mid too much, or, you know, more so committing with it, that worked out in their favor. It was also a really big change of pacing to come out from them. And I find that this happens actually a lot in the games that we've seen, not just between TAMU White and TAMU Maroon, but across the board in the CECC Open Qualifier so far, is the fact that on eco rounds, you don't have the risk of losing out those guns, so you just go in full guns blazing. Unfortunately, no follow-up for Theani this time around, so we'll be punished for that. It will fall as the first blood. Nabbers just walking right back into where that fragment lands will be the cause of his death. Now equalized for V4, but you mentioned this during that timeout. When they get stalled out towards the site, they just back right off. They don't even necessarily like lurk towards it again. They just move away, give that space back up for free, try to reclaim something somewhere else.
And that reclaim's going to come through onto Cat in this round. One way activated. The stall is on its way. So we'll go mid instead, where hello is the alarm bot. Homie's been living there. Should pay rent by the amount of rounds he's been there. And alarm bot broken. Team will head away. 30 seconds left, so a decision's got to get made. It looks like that call is going to be towards Cat. Dark cover's there. Just barely. Noble's turret not going to get out of that one, so won't hear the cross. We'll have to step into it manually. Oh my goodness, just running it down. Good to grab one, and Zam on site to pick up two in the chaos. Bing with the trade back. We'll get to site. We'll get the plant down. It's a 1v2 after it is. Probably going to come down. Won't tag his generator. It knows he's got to be close to the back end, and Dill will drop with the shorty to pick it up close range. 6-4. Maroon are going to lead this 1-2.
That's like every single shorty bullet hitting too, because I know for a fact that Bing Chillin had full shield, their full HP, so it had to be the entire clip just connecting. Unfortunate for TAMU White, but a closer round than some of those other ones that Maroon has snuck under their belt compared to previously. Once again, the threat of the Odin is something that the white team has had difficulty in B mains thus far. You know, you don't want to take that poke damage, and if you just try to run through it, you usually can just get melted considering how quick the spray is. Info given, consider that the knife will connect, and it's actually falling off from the angle now. So using the Prowler to scale up is well done here for TAMU White. Try to get past that wallbang angle, but the crossfire is looking pretty nasty at the moment.
They need to step out of mid-market with the showstopper. AoE damage, but not enough to kill. Noble barely escapes with their life and straight into the paint shell. But then he still finishes out at the end of the day. Dill at the back of Boathouse. The operators picked up one. They have that hold down towards lane, and White don't even know if they want it anymore. Hoping that Luciano can find something mid-market, but he can't. Ty will pick that one up, and Damn has a frag from Scaffold as well. So the two additional options have both been shut down. That leaves the white roster now in chaos here in the middle of this round.
Split now as well. We're going to see Bing Chilling try to regroup here towards tiles, but they heard the threat of the op and just completely backed off. A lot of respect, I find, is kind of the downfall of TAMU White. Meanwhile, in their eco rounds, they play a lot more disrespectfully, and that's what's panning out for them. So that's the other thing. When you know the roster as well, if you know how they play, the nerves can definitely get under your belt, but this push through CT is going to afford them to pick up. However, Dill quick to CT is going to grab that 3K for himself, taking that 7-4. We've got one more round left in this half.
Round before the switch.
I love the way you put that in the middle of the round, and I think you could not be more correct. This team, they just feel nervous in the gun rounds. Feel like they don't think they're going to have the opportunity to win out gunfights. It's the reason they're not able to win them. Or they don't feel like they have the opportunity to win out when it comes to the side execute. And it's the reason they can't win those executes. Got a little juggle going on for Dill. Circus application. He's got himself a secondary weapon. So we'll start the operator into mid. And we'll have the ability to switch to the Vandal later if it does come around to it. For now, it'll be a split default for TAMU White. Weigh their options.
We'll spot one out towards tree. They know it's the KO as well, but not going to re-peek that. No wanting to risk giving Winter a free pickup, as Dill keeps a diligent eye on arches. And no explosiveness this time towards A. And they've actually made their way over towards the B site now. Considering the fact that they were very explosive with their last eco run. You actually see Tyler's playing very far back, anticipating the Nightfall to come through. Just looking to spray down completely with the help of the Haunt. Only able to find one mark though.
Picked up 1 a second as well. The one tap's huge. The 3K for the Rays, looking for more now to mid-market. Paint Shell's going to come through to try to guarantee this frag. Gets the dash out of Dill, but he'll stay alive. Will be here for a retake opportunity. Last round of the half, you got to go for this one if you're Maroon. It's going to be difficult. Tour de Force online now for Winter. 14 HP Dill. We'll choose the operator for the retake. The one-click, one-hit gun. He's out-opted the Tour de Force. A 1-on-3. 2 low HP bars. This one's doable. Odin now, second power weapon for Dill. He's found a second frag. The Innie's gonna fall. It's a 2-on-2. Ultimate's online. Dill working with the big guns this round. Caught by the flick of Cole Cree back of sight. Damn 1v2 to look lane. Finds the first. No spray transfer though. Cole Cree will have the refrag. And it's 5-7 at the half.
Really nice double swing to close out the round. Exactly what they needed on the side of Maroon to secure that last one. And again, 7-5, despite it being a 2-round lead. Deceptive half, considering that if TAMU White manages to get the pistol, they likely are going to be tying things up. I would be interested though is I'm curious to see how TAMU White handles the defensive side, as we saw timidness in those gun rounds coming out from them. Now that Maroon is in control of that kind of pacing as far as how they want to attack, TAMU White, they're the ones who have to play more responsibly. Are they going to be playing most of the retake, or are they going to be holding their ground?
Can't use that.
Time will tell us. Luciano's going to sit into wine. It is collegiate Valorant, so good chance that he's of the legal age to sip while he's down there. Sipping on a Prowler right now.
Yeah.
Ooh, little too bitter. Harder pour than he would have liked it to be. Is able to get out of dodge. Fortunately, Finey's will be there with the paint shells to make it possible to get out of that one with the Shrouded Step. So Noble going to be the one to fall instead. The Omen's back to safety. The Maroon roster down a man for the rest of the round.
Reposition towards mid. They're creeping up catwalk, so actually going down the stairs looks like they're looking it towards a market. Might get a... No, never mind. No smoke down. They're just going to have to shoot down that trip, but 30 seconds left means that wherever they're choosing to execute, it's going to have to be quick, because if it's B, you want to overwhelm this one player if possible. But as long as he plays passively in towards B main, might have a huge reflank, and as I say that, yep, Winter with that pickup on Dill. Things are looking like they're going awry here for TAMU Maroon as the spike is initiated here on the B site.
Last player standing.
Tayo close lane, tucked under. Got all the work to do. Is caught Luciano on the Shrouded Step, but has been immediately refragged. Whiteside going to grab themselves the pistol and are now one within tying things up at 7.
On my mark.
But again, Cat, the jitters came out when the guns came out. So, pistol rounds, the buy-up round of round 2 looked comfy for TAMU White. They were able to secure that in the first half, but my concern is always going to lie in those rifling rounds. So, on the side of TAMU Maroon, they're actually not going to be cheeky. No buy-up here, considering the spike was initiated. But, actually no. We are going to have one. Never mind. You know, I'm going to stop making those guesses. And I feel like I need a slap on the wrist now every single time that I do.
It's okay. We got a little tech pause, so if it's long enough, we'll all forget that you said anything.
Thanks.
And then it doesn't matter.
I appreciate that. But
you're welcome.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Interesting enough, we're actually seeing a shotgun being pulled out here by Luciano. And it's a judge. Normally you may see like a Bucky come out or whatnot. Actually investing fully into that one here. I believe elected for it instead of maybe a Shrouded Step. I didn't quite catch the abilities at the end. No, okay. 4 went the Paranoia. So that near sight's not going to be available. And I feel like Luciano has gotten quite a bit of value out of it. It can be huge on any retake situation. Also really big stall potential. But as we say that, Tammy Maroon, they're making their way back towards B. Here in the Boombot trying to tuck it out. And now 5 players making their way in, looking to burst execute here. They will be met with 2 and a quick 3rd rotation as well.
Still the dash in to workbench, caught by his own teammates Paranoia, but fortunately dark cover will be there on to mid-market, so has gotten there to switch safely. Noble's picked up 1, Winter trade back with the Marshall. They've got their way into sight with the Maroon squad, so it's the white side on retake duty. Going to come on its way now out towards CT, caught by the Haunt. Winter will go down to Dan. Luciano will trade back with the Judge. He's looking for more to come down now to CT Stair. 2 players called all the way back to Boathouse. 1 on the box. It's a shotgun. That's a sniper. Luciano's going to pick up 1 and Cold Creed down. CT for the last 2. Bulldogs out and on the prowl. It'll be 7-7. Things are all tied up, but man, was it pricey.
Yeah, Maroon did a lot of damage as far as taking guns out of their hands, shields off on everyone as well. So the bonus for TMU White isn't going to be nearly as strong. It looks like Luciano is just maybe going to be opting for a Judge for the majority of this defender side, as that will be reinvested in. Meanwhile, everyone else is going for that half buy. But on this buy round here for TMU Maroon, we do see that Tao is 1 away from the Nightfall, so that's the investment that I want to see going into this round to ensure they can win this one out, especially with the bonus being so weak here for the white team.
Luciano holding the back of this B side, Bucky in hand. See what shenanigans they're able to get up to. The Judge was valuable last go around. There's 1 secured. There's more on the way. Do they turn for the second player? They do. A second. Luciano. Dill will finally grab the trade. Another to go with it. Big Chilling walking into danger. B main will be taken down. Thini quick refrag. And that's a rifle secured. A 1v1. A low HP raise though. And Dill has it. A 3K. A clean 1 tap to close the round. 8-7. The Maroon roster elite.
Buy now into the hands of TMU White. Winter going to be pulling out a glass cannon operator, leaning towards the B side, trying to keep a hold on B main. No ultimates ended up being expended in the last round, but we are going to have 3 here for TMU White. So, or 3 here for TMU Maroon. My bad. Outside of TMU White. Only the From the Shadows, not going to glean too much from there. Paint shells and C's combination to open up B link, trade for a trade, and a Prowler to come back through as we see the rest of the team kind of falling back after losing that 1 member. Don't want to overextend because, again, they are on the defense.
Omen will Shrouded Step out of danger. CT, or Cat, excuse me. There's an A in between the 2 letters. Then we'll grab Cold 3, and Team is going to look at the 2-prong A. Potentially, Fragment has started it out. I've given them the spacing. The lockdown will guarantee they've got all that guard in control. Still Maroon going to weigh the option. 0 point to guarantee that player has indeed backed up. And they'll take the space now. The cross going to come through. The A site open. The plant will make its way down. And they'll have that lurk potential out towards me.
Post-plant situation now here, but because the operator was in hand, TMU White actually looking to go for a full save. Rifles as well. Luciano maybe looking to catch 1 off on a cross if they are hunting for the guns, but TMU Maroon will just be holding. I think they're expecting the white team to still go for the retake, but the signal is given when the market door closes, and Noble, who has crept up here towards B Link, makes the call that it's okay to the rest of the team to fall off the site.
Yeah, plenty of eco out of that round for both sides of the coin. Round converted for the Maroon roster. And a 2-round lead will be the end card of it all.
One away from double digits here for the Maroon team. Only needed to expend 1 ultimate in that last round as well, so we'll still have that Nightfall available for an execution. Very nice to gather the information necessary to push on in towards site. TMU White plays this right. They might play off-site. Corners a little bit difficult to reach with that specific ultimate, but instead that will be the case here towards B, but on A they're playing a bit more up close and personal. Winter with the first blood, try to slow down any push from TMU Maroon as they seek out control of mid. Near to see Dill actually just inching up by himself, not in a retradable position, but Noble's actually
Face your fear!
Step in through mid-market for Dill. We'll get this 2-prong execute going. Dash forward towards lane. It's just one player to the back of the boathouse. CT side cut off for now. Dan, he's been spotted. Judge in hand. It's these shotguns back boathouse. The white roster loves it. To jump in with the Judge. Has picked up 1 on the raise. Dill with that quick trade. Plant's going to go down to the back of the site. There's a numbers advantage now for the retake.
Noble hiding towards it. Look how tentative they are on this pushback, and I think maybe we're just waiting for the util to come out, but Haunt and Knife being thrown in very similar locations makes it very difficult as Noble cleans up with the 3K to take them to double digits here for Maroon. But back to what I was saying, the Haunt and the 0-point Cat thrown in very similar locations. Didn't get too much information off of it, and Noble in the end just went huge.
Absolutely. The spray transfer, immaculate. And the reset, the recoil to grab the last frag, CT as well. Calm, cool, and collected. It leads that 3-round gap. Now, money low for the white side. Let's see what shenanigans they can get up to. Another shotgun has found its way into this round. They just keep on coming.
Cover going out.
So do those players out B main. Dan's picked up too early. It's going to open up spacing as Bing will fall as well. Everybody B site. Out of the round. It's wide open for Maroon. Will take themselves a plant. If we even get there, the kill's coming too fast as Sayo's grabbed Luciano.
Cole Cree, the only one left, and knowing that there is someone hiding towards bottom of mid. Tio, regardless, gonna close things out in a flawless fashion here. We already knew that's how the cookie was gonna crumble for this round, though, considering it was an eco, and Maroon scaled so quickly off those kills. So 11-7, we're gonna see a timeout being called by TMU White. What adjustments do you think can come through? You know, the pistol and that buy-up round went really well. They were both 1-0 on retakes as well, but thus far, they've been really struggling to slow down any push coming out from the Maroon side.
Man, I feel like they've made the adjustment already. It just hasn't been working. I mean, they played pretty far to the back of the site. I will say, on the back of B site, just playing one player typically. And that player usually has a shotgun, so I don't know if that really counts in terms of not playing close contact.
Yeah.
But that last round, they switched things up a bit. They worked at close contact instead, and they just get absolutely decimated. So I don't think... Not good.
I was going to say sometimes it just comes down to the gunfights.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think in terms of actually taking the raw gunfight, I don't think they'd win it. So they just can't be to play close contact instead. But playing more for their utility and more further back hasn't really been working either. They lost the last 4 rounds. So I don't necessarily think they've been playing poor Valorant. I just think they've been getting a little bit outmet.
That's fair. That's fair. Respect that. I want to see what your take was on the whole issue and whatnot, because we're both watching the same game. And again, different shades of pacing, rifling round, and you've already got TMU White pushing all the way out towards A main. That's one of the first times they've gone as aggressively as they have.
Can't use that.
And the Nightfall, at least, spares them a bit of time to slow down that push through. Allows TAMU White to recollect themselves after the chaos in a lobby. The 0 point went out once again. Did not catch anyone off guard. But Maroon, they held back. Now they're looking to re-hit, creeping up towards A main.
You are powerless.
Jumps away. Cold 3 looking to swing wide, and well, will be caught out. That util forces the fight and won't be able to find it. Now Maroon Dam going to find the opening picks. They're into the site plate. It's going to go down. Maroon roster. One post plan away from match point here, map number 1.
Spike planted.
Retake once again with the operator in hand. Bing Chilling gonna expend the haunt, but it looks like it's just gonna be another save situation. And I just don't know if the value from the operator has been coming to fruition. We've seen TAMU White giving up quite a few rounds just to save this specific gun instead of trying to even go for the retake, where the retake has been kind of what's been working out for them on their round wins earlier on in this half.
Yep. Both of those first 2 rounds are indeed off the spike defusal. This round it is White side on that save. Match point initiated. One more round in this main roster. Will prove why they do have that title at the university. You gotta close this one out right here.
Operator on both sides this time around. So, I mean, Dill does have the Blade Storm in case he gets stuck in a sticky situation. And on the side of TAMU White, I feel like their ultimates are a bit more important to take note of. You still have that null command as well as, I believe, the showstopper. And, you know, I talked about the op just before this. It does get the op. Oh, wait! What? I was going to say it does get value this time, but Danny all the way snuck out here towards top mid, owning with an op in hand. The Boombot as well, just causing absolute chaos. That flick, though, on the Omen, that was nuts.
Spike down B.
Absolutely cracked out their minds. Winter will grab an additional frag, and well, when you need a couple rounds strung in a row, opening up flawlessly would be quite nice. Tayo tagged by the trademark, and all they need to know. That spotted, and Winter fragged out. Tayo's got themselves one. Now look towards mid-market. Will be caught off early. Cold Cree will snuff the round. 8-12 after what is absolute semantics over in Gelato.
We're going to get a quick replay on that op shot. I was so focused on other things going on the map, I didn't even realize that Theony had crept up all the way to this position, like the Boombot finishing that kill up, that whole 180 to get the kill down on Dam as well, like holy, holding down the fort. But still, it is match point here for Maroon. They wait patiently as the 0 point does get expended. Does draw some attention here on the A side. But the double operator that's leaning towards mid and the left side of the map is going to make this site take difficult.
There it is. Under flashed off. Shot will come through and can't get off the angle. So Dill will pick that one up. Showstopper out. Call the door! No! The Eddie! Not like this. He'll take himself down. Sometimes your biggest enemy truly is yourself. Maroon will get themselves into the site. It is a null command for the retake. Stay alive here in map number 1. The secondary roster's on their way in towards CT Stair. Ciano, Big Chilling, both going to pick themselves up frags. The KO will falter, and Noble will close out the map. It's 13-8. The main squad have map number 1.
Map number 1 on the other squad's map pick. So technically an upset if we look at that alone, but if you also look at the track record of TAMU Maroon on Ascent, they've been winning it out pretty hard here throughout the CECC South qualifiers, so it's really not a surprise whatsoever, especially considering the fact that TAMU White are the underdogs too. So maybe there is a bit of hope as far as counter-stratting goes, but when it came down to the actual team compositions, the Maroon team completely switched things up on White.
Yeah, absolutely. And for map number 2, let me tell you, we're going to get a show. That is for sure. This team's, they said they wanted to play maps. They don't typically get the chance to play, especially when you look at what is tournament play. So they've got us going into the swimwear. We're going under the sea, baby. When we get back, map number 2, it's Pearl. We'll see you there.
I don't think so. That's the hit you'll want. And Trace takes round number 1 with 2 stocks remaining. And quite honestly, it was a fairly one-sided affair, right? Outside of that first stock, it felt like Trace controlled the entire show.
I agree. I gotta say, Mew has got to have one of the sickest movement and combo videos of all time, but the issue is, Mew just doesn't always get the chance to get that good neutral opening, get that huge combo. You saw at low percents when they got a hit on Trace, stacking on 70% in an instant with Nair trains, extending with back airs. It was a thing of beauty. Trace, however, has, well, maybe a great neutral combo video, because the way Trace was just outplaying Mew at every single turn. They had a hitbox out to interrupt their movement every single time. It's like they're setting up the traps and just letting Mew wander on into them.
It was consistently just like, no, I'm not going to let you combo. I'm not going to let you do this. I'm not going to let you do that. And I do attribute that to the fact that it was a blind setup, right? Openers and the starters always don't know who they're really going against. And it just felt like it was a rough matchup overall, and that just leans the way of UT Austin at this point. So now, taking a look, University of South Florida, they get a chance here. Who do they send out now? So far, we've seen Viri, Fortnite, and Lucida. As we were talking about, that breaking out is going to be the Rob Greninja from Viri. Fortnite has a Snake, and Lucida has a Robin. Those are the characters that we have seen played so far. Viri, of course, with the Rob Greninja in the back pocket that could be brought out if that is to be played. I mean, what are we taking a look at? Do we also see maybe Paracane or Black Lemonade come out? Like, what do we think South Florida needs to do?
Now, I do think Game & Watch is a fairly decent matchup against this Steve. However, we haven't seen Paracane on paper, and that's the thing. Every Steve player is like, oh, learn the matchup, learn the matchup, learn the matchup. Not everyone is actually going to have the in-depth knowledge to know the matchup, because that's the thing about Steve. If you do not know how your character in specifics beats this character, Steve is going to have the upper hand. He just has so many tools. He can adapt to so many situations with so many setups that you often don't even need to go for the traps. Just the mere threat of them is enough. Like, we didn't even see any super complicated setups from Shulker there. At the end of the day, they were just going for some fairly simple ledge trapping, some frankly really good disadvantage. The way Shulker was using blocks and anvil to escape being juggled to get back to ledge or just bypass the ledge altogether. So how are you going to extend those combos against Shulker's really good disadvantage, and how are you going to finish off those kills? That is the task that falls before Lucida now as we get into the next game.
Yep, breaking out the Lucida saying, hey, let's go ahead and try and fight mining with a little bit of magic. And we'll see if that one plays out. Of course, in goes the SD to kick things off. And right now, taunts go out. Let's see what the battle decides to bring to us. Lucida already charging up and raring to go here. And Trace, surprisingly, is not going straight to the mining, was testing the waters first to see if that was even allowed, and is now going to go ahead. Already has gold in pocket, though, so very, very good setup. The minecart, though, bullied out right away.
Oh, but now Lucida being juggled, not able to get the platform extension, and yet Trace is able to keep up the pressure, knowing how to make their opponent sweat, sending Lucida far off stage, trying to block him off, setting up that anvil, but unfortunately, Lucida is able to get to the ledge.
A nice little combination, able to grab the sword just in time, and with the minecart in between, it's, hey, look, let's go ahead and get a little bit of brutal action. The iron has been set, but a nice bolt comes out. Lucida, the neutral, is able to set neutral B. Sets again, trying to hold that shield and baiting it out as much as possible. That's going to be up on the top platform, but Trace able to dodge out most of the rebuttal damage on the back end. So far, fairly standard, still just kind of testing the waters on both ends. No one wants to go too crazy, but it is Trace keeping Lucida on the edge and able to block it out just a bit. Another double.
Ooh, I like that.
And up, and then a swing Lucida, keeping everyone on their toes.
Yeah, Lucida is being forced to expend resources to deal with the minecarts, and the issue is Lucida doesn't recover them quite as fast as Trace does, but there with the Levin sword falling down, able to catch Trace in their movement. Still 3 stocks on Lucida. This is doable.
You can see here Trace starting to get that combo game going and starting to get a little bit of a juggle, right? Saying, hey, I can get some hits in too. I can absolutely do the same to you if I really want to. I want to get those diamonds first. Still already has the diamond pickaxe and might get the anvil. Does not pick it up. Very nice dodge by Lucida, withering down that that stake in the shield, but immediate grab out, and it's gonna keep Trace on the edge. No confirms just yet though, and it's quite surprising. Trace is really keeping this stock just to try and mine up as many as possible.
Yeah, right here. Ooh, the Levin sword.
Welcome back. We are heading into map number 2. We're taking it over to Pearl here for the second one in this best of 3 series. It's grand finals again of the CECC South Qualifiers. I said grand finals already. Anyways, either way, mixing things up. We are going to have TAMU White up against TAMU Maroon here on Pearl. And this is Maroon's map pick this time around. We haven't seen Pearl yet, actually, so far in this tournament.
Nah, Pearl has been pretty consistently, except -1 series, the first or second ban. So the first ban for one team or the other in these best of ones. There was one showing where it was the choice between Fracture or Pearl, but that was against 2 of the top teams in the country. So a couple shenanigans played for them over there. But we haven't got to see it on broadcast, and well, now we've got the chance. Pearl's an interesting one. It has been out long enough for teams to have the chance to have scrimmed it. The only thing is, I mean, you get a pretty long off season in collegiate, and we are just getting back to the start of the season. So it's minimal prep time, it's minimal scrim time for these rosters to actually have gotten work on it, at least back at school. A couple of these top teams like Texas A&M possibly scrimmed over the summer. If that's the case, then maybe they have a little bit more comp experience.
It's possible. But as we get into it, it's going to be a mirror matchup here for the second one. Everything's on the line as well, considering the fact that it is map number 2. Maroon has that advantage having that first map under their belt. So this is TAMU White, where if they want to take it the distance to a third map, they're going to have to upset this map pick.
Yeah, that they are. It'll be looks
your
to be a
agent.
mirror match waiting for the damn lock-in, but I wouldn't be shocked if it went any other way. Double controller has just been so much more effective on Pearl. Respectfully, how do you feel about the lack of a duelist here? I really like, to be honest, the Neon on Pearl. I think she just flies down double door in a way that no one else can do. Can occupy so much space so quickly. And then with that sewer flank, there's so much potential to backline on the attacking side. So we won't get any of that instance. Do you like that comp? Do you prefer the extra util? What's up?
I think it really comes down to play style. I think that you're right. Neon, in my opinion, is the strongest duelist on this map, especially because of the way it's structured. Rotations for both sides are extremely long, and Neon can just cut down on that time. But as far as just having this mirror matchup goes, going that double controller, double initiator, I feel like you have the fact that KO can kind of play as a pseudo duelist with the pop flashes alongside of his team. You're really gonna have to go for those trades more instead of for solo plays. But Chamber also gets a lot of value too. That B main area, super long choke point, very open as well, very friendly to the rendezvous on either side.
We'll get into this one. The decision going to be who plays the map better
Where are you?
and who plays the game better. Comp's the exact same going into this one for these teams. Haunt has so much information. These players running it up A main. My gosh, occupies that space so quickly, and it'll be the trade-off. Maroon team goes mid, they go art, and they walk their way down into A regardless. The move towards flank here, stalled by the Nebula. 0 point to suppress, but Dill, he can't suppress the gun play. The bolt's gonna come through, has one, traded out by Thine. Noble and Dam gonna get involved. Still trying to find their way down towards Link, and Dam will force the issue. Is finally off of that brute force. Put them on to the site, put the spike down. Winter to step forward into trouble, and he'll fall as well. A 3K for the Astra, a 1-0 score line for the main squad.
Really quick round to start things off there on the pistol. I mean, you saw that aggression coming out from TAMU White over towards A main. You can see that there may be some pings going through, as they might expect the same thing to come out, but maybe with the full force of the entire team. But little do they know, it's actually going to happen on the other side of the map. TAMU White looking to run it down here on main. Toxic screen to cover up any peek as well. They're making a mad dash up. The question is do they get the timing? Because by now, Maroon is going to hear this push.
And they'll know about it. Trademark will be there. Noble, it's time to play. One is all she wrote. Cold Cree will have the trade. A Spectre secured for the White roster, and still plenty of resources. Continuing their way here on the flank. Another secure. Cold Cree will pick up the trade onto Dam. A chance to grab another rifle. Trying to give the Spectre to his teammate, who gets his head absolutely blown off. In the meantime, Snakebite's going to be there. Big Chilling forced to swing into Navert, who finds a second frag. And Tayo will close the round. It's 2-0 for the Maroon side.
I'm not gonna lie, I really related to Bing Chilling in that moment when he was really sitting in that corner. Snakebite goes down. He's just looking at his teammate. He's like, bro, I don't know what to tell you, but you're about to be in a 1vx situation. That's tough, and I think this is a lot of what we're gonna see also on this map. The choke points, aside from B main, all very small for the most part, and there's util for days. So
yep.
It's just going to be util dumps, to be honest, with these two compositions, especially with the pacing that they're going at. There's not really any staggering of it so far.
Yeah, this is what's gonna make this. That's what's gonna make this matchup so interesting. That's how creative you can still get with util on this map. It is Taku screen in general. This initial cutoff that's gonna come through makes it so difficult for the team to push their way forward. You see, to try to pop flash forward. Noble can't connect on it, and Cold Cree certainly can. From the back of spawn, additional toxic screen will cut the site into two different segments. Gotta push past that one wall and then try to get to the back of the side as well. Big Chilling's gonna pick up Naber. So that space they hope to take out to double door has been in vain. No lurk opportunity for the Maroon roster. And they're more than known about here down B long.
Still trying to creep up though. TMU White actually not electing to peek quite yet. They're just holding back so far.
Concealment, blocking vision.
The Whites. Okay, I was gonna say the toxic screen was coming up. They're just gonna funnel in though. But again, I mean, we do have a Vandal in the hands of Dill now. Stolen away. TMU White, this is the round that they really need to win as far as keeping these guns in their hands. But so far, Maroon, they're keeping it close. And the Cosmic Divide comes through, but you can tap, you can just...
Yeah, you definitely could.
You could just tap it.
I think half your body maybe goes
Yeah,
through
I think
the
you
wall.
could have. Yeah, but you could have halved it from the other side of the wall, which is impenetrable. It doesn't matter though, because the swings are coming out regardless. And TMU White do come out on top in the end. But there was opportunity for some sort of sneaky defuse. They would have seen it, but they couldn't have shot you.
True.
I feel like running
Very
through
true.
was the more risky decision.
Well, the thing is, like, if you tap it, they get your shoulder, no?
Astral stars in this reality.
No, with the way it was positioned by the generator, I'm pretty sure you could have gotten the defuse down without having your body peek
because there's
through.
that extra box. Yeah, you're definitely
Yeah.
right. You're definitely right. Interesting dynamic. You know, hindsight, unlike my vision, is 2020.
Well, I mean, it's only the first 3 rounds. It does feel like a little bit of a speed run right now. But again, with how long rotations can be, sometimes the explosiveness is what really pans out. B site was left completely open this time, though, from TMU White. Maroon, a free walk down through main. I think that's also... There's a really big give and take with that Defender's Viper's toxic screen.
Hmm. We said I think there is retake potential or there's not?
I think there's give and take. I think it gives the walk down for free for the attackers.
Right.
But if you're playing only towards B main, then you're gonna get caught off. So it's nice retake in that sense, but the counter to that is just to play on site.
Fair. Yeah, that's why I think this VAL's so interesting. 'Cause there's still so much room to work with in terms of actually discussing util. Hallway player gonna be taken out pretty early. Snabber will fall to this initial site push.
Last player standing.
Means no toxic screen to go up, and everybody sprayed through the nebulas. Noble to pick up 2. Still pick up the last. I think Gravity will might have brought the player into him just a little bit. The Maroon roster will win the post plan out. The 2-round lead, 3-1 scoreline.
Back onto an eco round here for TMU White. Actually going to see a Bucky in hand for Luciano. We'll be playing towards A, but TMU Maroon knowing that they have the advantage as far as economy goes. The weapons will reign supreme. They're looking to push down that long angle. But little do they know they're going to be met with 3 players.
Winter caught and isolated right now, so they can capitalize on the opportunity. They certainly can. Noble and Dam can pick up the first 2. Getting to the back of the site. Be screened off for now. Hans caught nothing. They can push their way towards that site. Prowlers come through. Bing will be known about. Will dodge any sort of spray coming through this toxic screen. They're also throwing the Viper's pit into what is their anti-eco. No shenanigans allowed for this white side.
Chilling looking to isolate 1. Unfortunately can't find it out. Vandal will come out on top this time. Dill, though, is going to fall prey to
shenanigans
the
are back
Bucky
anyway.
Suddenly,
1 enemy
it's
remaining.
2v2 situation. TMU White converting this run to their favor. The smoke to come out. Dam a little bit too far for the spray down. Does manage to stick half here on Luciano's part. But 16 HP and a Dream. The spray down does try to come through and manages to clutch it up with a 3K here for Dam. 4-1 now from Maroon.
That was the closest anti-eco. Only Dam makes that alive. 0.7 seconds the difference between the defuse coming through and not. And the Viper's pit's committed as well, which honestly, Ash, in my opinion, lets the Bucky player get so close to make that round possible.
Right there.
Yeah, that's the big risk. But they didn't know that the Bucky was in play because no one went towards the A site, so didn't actually know if the shotguns were there.
I mean, classic right clicks basically, Bucky.
Okay, true. Actually, yeah, word. That's real. Oh, not the one way. It missed.
Hey, you get it back. You know, you pick that thing up. We love a Queen Viper. We're gonna roll their way down towards Art. Pop flash on its way, and Viney will be caught out. Not done just yet though. Still that Astro onto the site. Luciano in the back of things. He's got one on the Nabber. Second as well. The quick spray transfer finally traded by Dill. Plant's gonna go down. See if the Maroon Squad can hold on. Oh, come on, man. What is that?
It's just an Astro thing, I guess. I don't know. Dam's kind of hitting different with those sprays through the smoke, no cap.
No, that is absolutely ridiculous. And White's not even going to look for this retake now. Damn, a force to be reckoned with. Deep into spawn. As they try to work to that dugout angle. Damn. Takes one through Nebula, and they say, nah, it's all good, man. Look, we'll take our 2 guns. You guys can have the round. We'll be back next one, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that serious. It's all good.
I do wonder if this is going to be another iteration of Ascent. This is the first time, you know, Operator is now in play here for Winter. And it's not a bad thing to save the op, but on Ascent, there were a lot of times where there really wasn't that big of an advantage there for Maroon, where Tammy White wouldn't really try to pressure in a post-plant situation. Instead, elected to save the op almost every single time. And in a way, that's also giving rounds away free, right? Like, you're not contesting the post-plant despite... It's different if it's like a 1v, like 3, 1v4 situation. But even sometimes with only 1 player difference, as I say that, eco round to come through for Tammy White. They're pushing out once again, this time towards mid.
Ooh.
DNA shots will ring true here on Noble. And again, equalized here, 3-3. Tammy White, it's their eco rounds that always go so well for them.
Colors on their way up through Link. Hauntsman shot early. Tile stepped over the snake bite. Timing could be a factor here, but defense is going to walk away and fight for mid instead. So nothing to be seen out of that Nebula. Plant's going to go down onto the safe site.
Star to go through for a Link. And the Operator trying to retake here in Flowers. Naver's just jiggling just to ensure that it's not creeping by. Will look away though. Now wrapping around, so they're swapping spots. Could get timings here, and the counter Viper's pit to come in on the post-plant retake from Coal Creek. Will tap the spike, forcing out the gravity well early on. And in the green, the sprays are coming down to a 2v2 situation. Tammy White taking a lot of damage, not able to stick the defuse. Damn with the kills through the smoke. Gonna secure another for himself. 6-1 now for Tammy Maroon.
No, because here's the deal. If I'm on the White roster, I don't know if they're in the lab or not. I don't know if Dan's at his house, if Dan's in his dorm room, but I'm showing up at his computer. I'm showing up. I'm pulling up Task Manager. I'm going through every single running file, and I'm finding what's going on. Ain't no way this man. I'm willing to go back through the VOD. Half his kills are through smokes. This guy's different. Absolutely different. He just knows. Intuition's insane. If this man wears glasses, I want the prescription. And I want who made the frames, because I need them. I'm going to rank up in no time.
Well, speaking of ranking up, we are seeing some scaling up here from the Maroon team. They've pushed up towards B Link. There is a cut off here in mid connector, but playing very passive right now inside Tammy White down in the mid area. They are pushed up on the A side, so there's a lot of info to be given there. The read is towards mid and B. The flashbang to come through is going to secure Noble a kill with the... Man, he pulled out the classic and just went for it instead of the Vandal.
Never grab another for his troubles. Valkyrie gonna fall. Downey. 2 picks now. He needs to win this round though. 3K, but ooh, almost the lineup. Still will save him from the danger. It's 7-1. The Maroon squad dominating here on Pearl.
A valiant effort from Thiene in the retake situation, but
I should probably place some stars in the
unfortunately,
astral plane.
one man against the world, and now a timeout to be called here by Tammy White. The thing is, the white team has been adjusting on defense. Same thing as on Ascent. It's not like they're not making changes. It's not like they're, you know, playing the same stale angles and Maroon is just, you know, whatever. But this Maroon team, they scale so hard off of momentum. It's the snowball effect once again here on the attacking side.
Yeah, so we'll see what additional adjustment comes out of this timeout. I mean, maybe they use the 1 minute to just like do a quick little aim lab routine, or like a little like
It has come down to a lot of gunfights.
grid shot. Like I don't know what you do differently.
I mean, it's true. Maroon has like 1-0 gunfights like very easily so far, but again, on eco rounds, it's when everything comes down to the wire. That's when the trades come out. I just want to see them meet them with the same aggression, but with rifles in hands. But again, so much respect always given to the main roster once those are in play.
Yeah, in FPS games, so much of gunfights really are just confidence. You have to believe with every single peak that you are going to win the fight. It makes such a massive difference. Nobles walked out, has absolutely won the fight in mid-door. And they're looking to take the spacing. Danny's come out of hard to find one. Very nice to see. Still's willing to fall. Chance to possibly find a second. We'll be cautious on this push. In the meantime, Maroon is walking a tunnel and will have themselves a plant over towards that B site. Inching further and further forward is Thiene. He checks the corner though and he'll find the frag. Tail's gonna fall. That's a rifle.
Okay, here's the danger of popping the Viper's pit on the eco round of the enemy team once again. It gives them the opportunity to push back in close and personal. Noble is watching the cross and managed to get 3, but does still have vision. So they know where the other team is at the moment, as long as they're not in the Viper's pit. Tap does come through. Now sees one on the left. Will flick to the right to get that pick down on Cole Cree. Now attempting to get the defuse down once again, but unfortunately there is a gravity well on there, and Naber's gonna clean things up. 8-1, easy peasy.
All right, now we get to see the value of that timeout. Down into an eco. Doesn't tell us what we want to know. This round certainly will. Can they recover the half just a bit? They win 3 more rounds. I mean, okay, you got it 8-4. You got it somewhat close. Much better chance for the attacking side. It's a question if they can start the winning ways. This round will be a big tell. And this round, honestly, for the white side, needs to be a win.
I want to see them get scrappy. I want to see them do something silly like 5-man push with the rifles in hands at the very least. Chamber is shut down here by Winter. So that means there's no trademark available. Flank potential to come out from Tammy White, but they're still playing really safe. Passive Judge here in B-Link. Does a bit of chip damage, but unfortunately not able to secure the kill. Still equalized at the very least between these two teams. There's only 3 rounds left, and Tammy White has to make every single buy round count as much as possible.
Double walk up out of the double doors into mid. There's a lurking Astra though, who's caught the timing of their lives. Dam's picked up Luciano. Didn't know about the second though. Stuck on the astral form, throwing stars, caught lacking. Thiene will pick that one up. It's a freebie. And good timing for it as well. White postured right now for the A site. Winner's gonna pick up Naber. Noble to step in. He'll fall to Colcree. And that just leaves Tayo, who's got 1 trade. Can't quite find the opper. Step forward. We get that DK'd HP back. Gonna have the plant down. 2 players isolated. Chances for 1v1. Caught out by the fragment. Winter whiffs the shot. Tile can step forward. Coming back, looking for this player down towards lane. They'll come to the back of the site. The swing on its way. But Vianney going to secure the round. Out the timeout. Into the gun round. Weidel find their second.
Despite not winning it out, Tao couldn't have played that any better as far as trying to isolate those 1v1s. It's really unfortunate. You could tell that he looked away from Flowers because he was like, I totally killed Winter, right? No, unfortunately, it is the wall bang, but a really nice retake there from Tammy White. I think the big thing in that particular round was that Winter got the first blood early on. Just took out the chamber, had Tammy Maroon. You know, they had to think about, okay, could be potential lurks, whatnot. Meanwhile, most of the other rounds, I believe First Bloods did go into their favor, and they just scaled off of it really quickly. But as we keep going on, this time, Operator, moving over towards the main, will be pushed off by the Prowler, able to rendezvous out at the very least, and live another day.
Spike down, mid.
Dylan Vianney going to find themselves the first looks at this round. And Spike's got it recovered now. Pretty solid recovery position, unless White want to really risk it all. They'll make a play. Vianney, top of the box, got back down to Arden. Well, found a frag as well. So Noble going to fall. They'll play back into Link to safety. And Maroon going to have to do the work to get out of mid.
Null command now popped here by Tammy White. Vianney trying to just stall out any potential util usage here in B Link. Luciano good for 1, but will get refragged. Tammy White, though, they do have advantage as far as time and members. Just looking down to run down the clock.
30 seconds left.
Plant seems to be going down for free in front of the generator. Nightfall to come out from Tara as he pushes through. A counter 1, though, will find him out. And Tammy White, they're looking to pinch on this retake.
Yeah, waiting for that chamber to come around towards spawn. Flank on its way right now. Winter to step forward. Glop to go tower. Just look towards tunnel. Will they know about it is the question.
One enemy remaining.
Fall. Tayo has taken Bing Chilling, and it's all up to Winter now. A 1-on-2. Top shot Wallbang, found nothing. Gonna drop down with a headhunter. A player behind him and in front. Time running shorter and shorter. The knife out for Tayo, but Damn will find it first. 9-2. The Maroon roster will lead this one by 7.
One round to go, and a broken buy here for Tammy White. Only one ultimate on the board for them to use as well. That's the Cosmic Divide. For this round, it could be interesting to see the Cosmic Divide, at the very least, do a lot of work as far as in a retake situation, if they try to play like a 5vx retake here on the defender side, because they are at that gun disadvantage. Use that impenetrable wall to creep up close and personal, close the gap a little bit as far as distance goes. And Tamu, Maroon, every single time they are on this anti-eco, tend to go for this B long because they have the advantage.
Vianney's tucked on the side. Oh, get checked by now for just barely. And will fall. Colcree has 1. Trade back by Noble. No Viper utility. Going into this post lane. Still the Astra holds strong. Red will be out towards tower. Colcree's found 1, but we caught by Dylan Hallway. 3-2 post plant. Damn looking to play the Nebula Classic. Might get caught here. Winter's on the flank. Dam's in astral form. Second time. Caught lacking. Winter has that one with the Headhunter. That's a gun to be picked up for this retake. Luciano holding these players back. Waiting for Winter to step forward, and now the Astra going to fall. A 1-on-2 for Winter. Both players back hallway. Haunt shot. Double swing out. It's a fantastic post plant from Maroon. 10-2 the scoreline.
Switching sides.
Hey, same scoreline on his end. At the half. That's how they ended it out. It was 10-2 there for Maroon. Was different sides, though, that they did end up on. So we did see that TMU White, when swapping sides, really tried to give the Maroon team a run for their money. And they did a pretty good job as far as, you know, trying to bring things a little bit closer. And now we're going to see if they fare a bit better on the attack here on Pearl. We're looking to actually default it to kick off this pistol round.
I'm glad you didn't keep going with that one, Ash. I was really worried you were going to say it was 10-2 on Ascent from Maroon, so surely if they win this one out, it's going to be a curse waiting to happen.
Nah, I don't finish the sentences anymore.
Good call. Damn and Noble going to finish themselves 3 combined. Luciano only going to grab 1 trade back before they inevitably fall. And that's 2 players at advantage here. The Maroon roster. They take the pistol. Surely they take match
Last
point.
player standing.
Unless these 2 players have anything to say about it. Winter doesn't. He'll fall. And Bing's got it all to do. Sayo back to him.
Try again.
First frag secured. 3 more. You got the pistol round win. Ghost picked up. Twirling the knife back. The pistol now. Out into the angle, and damn, we'll have it. A 3K. The Astra's been so impactful. And this round's no different. 11-2. It's the Maroon side has the pistol round.
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Brother.
Yep.
Dam's got 17 kills and 4 deaths. I feel like if we had known how many kills through this smoke he was gonna get, I would have started like some sort of like counter just to see how many of those have actually just like not even seeing somebody. But yeah, on this buy up, we're gonna see Tammy White actually trying to counter it a little bit with the sheriffs in hand, stave off that match point if possible, without completely breaking the bank.
Oh, okay. Dual
Crispy.
adjustment on the headshot angle. Winter. No more. Crispy indeed. He's fried up. The White roster going to look to continue this scaling, but at a much more cautious pace. Still fragmented out of hallway. Waiting for it to fade to hunt back in, and Noble will make sure Thany fades out the round. Pop flash to come out. This toxic trade, he's looking to go. Dill will come out with them. They'll find themselves 2 more frags, and Colt Crease traded quickly by none other than the Damn. 12-2 the score line. Maroon will take themselves 4 guns into the match point round.
We're going to see a quick replay of that crispy clean Marshall shot. It was just the flick. You see the top of the noggin popping up.
Sheesh!
And this flash is huge as well, but a very clean run so far. Tammy White, because they have forced up into those shares in the previous rounds without being able to convert it in their favor, aren't actually going to have rifles going on here. They're looking to just 5-man brute force it through a main stalled out so far by that toxic screen. And Naber actually peeking through it, the crossfire down, but equalizing once again. I feel like every single time Tammy White is on eco, you see that 3-3 score line.
Noble getting spammed through the smoke says, I'm going to pop flash this anyway. And is able to win the fight. They look to go left. He's on the right instead, but he's found nothing. Cold Cream back in the site and the adjustment to pick up 2. Plant's going to go down. And who other than Damn 1v2. 1 player low. Spotted the first, and he's got it through the toxic screen. Add 1 to the count. Both going to be full HP here. Nebula forward. And Damn, the drop of the Nebula, and the shot is there. He pulls it back. And he lets them know. Teammates bantering to finish out the game. It's 13-2. The Maroon roster proving why they are the #1 squad at the school.
Recovering the stars there was just so well done by Dam. You'd think, okay, maybe he's covering it out so he can push a little bit closer in, but it is all bait regardless. Now securing this defuse. It's a clutch round here for Dan's closing out. Nothing more than just having that top frag, the carry for this particular match to end it all.
Phenomenal showing. And a kill through the smoke to open up that retake for him all on his lonesome. Fantastic showing throughout this one. That means that the Maroon roster is going to be that #1 seed going into the close qualifier for the Southern region. But of course, their fellow countrymen over on the white side RC2. So still at the end of the day, not too shabby for Texas A&M.
Definitely not, but it's been a wild ride, and everything does have to come to an end, unfortunately. We are going to be sending it out, though. Thank you guys so much for tuning in today, because we do have an interview to follow, but it will be on the other side of this break. It'll just be a quick moment. Stay tuned for more.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, we're ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. Let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably never going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, we are not dropping a map for the rest of the day. And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so...
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been, all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B-house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit.
We just had TAMU Maroon close things out in grand finals, a 2-0 against their brother team over on TAMU White. And Kat, we actually have a little treat to close things off, a little interview with the captain, Nabbers. And welcome. Congratulations. GG's. How are you feeling?
We have so much talent here at TAMU that we can run the Southern Qualifier and get us both in the grand finals. It's a great feeling.
Absolutely. So we had a couple questions for you. So I know we talked about it a little bit before the interview, but we want to also give the audience the details. We were curious as to, obviously being part of the same esports.
So it was
club
What
and
were the
whatnot for your
placings here?
school. We would imagine that the teams are pretty well versed with each other. Imagine that you guys scrim together. So could you give us a little insight on the history there between the two of you?
Yeah. Well, so the hopes for this roster, these rosters at the start of this year, was to make Maroon and White as close in skill level as possible, so we could be internal scrim partners, cover strats with each other, basically just have it be so close that if one of us gets knocked out early from a bracket demon, the other one can hopefully bring it through and bring it home for us. And so we've been doing a lot of internal scrims, and most of the time, unfortunately, I've had to have like my subs play an aggro and Liz's Kitten, and White's been beating us pretty heavily on a lot of maps. Like last time we scrimmed Ascent, they beat us 16-8. So going into this, it was kind of like it was gonna be like a coin flip. Who's gonna bring it home? Who's gonna win Ascent? But we pulled through. Had my main roster here today, and we secured it.
Yeah, you guys definitely rolled with that momentum. Speaking of momentum, on Pearl, I felt like we saw that scale up really, really quickly for you guys, especially starting out on the attack first. So, curiosity, Kat and I have talked about it because for collegiate teams, not all teams stick together throughout the summer as far as, getting those scrims through, practicing out, and that's when Pearl came out. So, is that something you guys have been working on for during the off season as well, or was it just something that you kind of just picked up throughout there, and this is like a new map that you were trying out just for an official?
Once Pearl actually came out and was released, and Maroon's been looking at it pretty heavily. We've been wanting to make sure that we're ahead of the curve, not behind it, because with new maps, it's very, especially in BO3s, you can force a new map if a team has a very target ban. And so we wanted to make sure that we were ahead of the curve. So we got a couple scrims in, one of which was actually against Winthrop, which was our semifinals match, I believe.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make sure that we had enough practice on it and make sure that we were proficient enough in it that we could comfortably bring it out in games, and I guess we were able to.
Yeah, definitely able to. I want to talk to you less about the games, more about the wins and the significance of them. I want to start in the group stage run for you guys. You had a decider matchup, so losing that first round and then making it through regardless. In that decider matchup, a 13-10 win against UH Premier, the #1 seed going into this event. What does that win mean for your roster?
To be honest, it's a little bit it's a heartthrob victory because A&M's very close knit with U of H. A lot of their players we love and we respect them a lot, like Eric Appleson, Coy. A lot of those players we actively queue with them in ranked, or we just talk to them a lot. Me personally, I talk to Eric, and so going up against them first round was very bitter. We were hoping to see them in grand finals because in BO1s it's very difficult to just distinguish who's the better team because
Sure.
most BO1s are ending on Ascent. We've played Ascent almost every single game in this tournament, and so having just BO1s against especially really good teams like U of H, who had just maybe a really bad bracket run, being sleepy, being tired, it was very unfortunate. But as for the win itself, we always love beating U of H. It's always fun.
There it is. Yeah, very, very well put. And with a win here in the grand finals against that brother team, it's put you #1 seed going into what's going to be that closed qualifier for a chance at the CECC LAN. Does that make you feel confident, or is there more work to be done, jobs not finished?
Definitely more work to be done. A lot of rounds, if you go back and watch it, were purely won by the skin of our teeth, by the raw fundamentals of my players. So we got to hit the drawing board a little bit more, bring it home, make it more concise in the victory instead of, a 16-14 against Georgia Tech. That was a very scary game when it got that close.
Yeah, very close overtimes on both sides of the coin getting into what were the semifinal matchups. And I'll ask you, if you can make it through, if you can win out not this open but the closed qualifier afterwards, what will qualification to the CECC LAN mean to you? What will it mean to the roster?
For the roster, it's just going to be another day on the block. I'm the new kid on the block. Everybody who's on the team as of right now has gone to the Atlanta LAN. They've gone there. They know what it's like. They've won Georgetown. They know what a LAN setting's like. They're ready for it. They're going to play their hearts out. But for me, this is my proving ground. I want to be able to show that under my command that Maroon can really push forward and get through these qualifiers and just show that, we're a force to be reckoned with from here on out.
Well, we welcome you into the captain's chair, and it's been an amazing showing so far. We're really looking to see how far you guys are able to take it as the season does go on. But this does come to the close of our interview. We really appreciate you taking the time to give this background information, answer these questions from us. But before we do go, I just wanted to know, is there anybody you want to give thanks to, shout out before we end off right now?
Definitely my teammates. My teammates, they give me a lot of, what's a family-friendly word?
A lot of flack.
Yeah, they give me a lot of flack. They like joking around with me. But at the end of the day, when I need something done, when I need someone to clutch up, when I need someone to show who they are and prove it to the rest of us, there's nobody else in the world I would ever want to play with.
Damn. Well, congratulations, and looking forward to seeing how you guys fare out in the closed qualifiers. Going to be that top seed, but that is the end of the interview for it now. So for now, we will say goodbye to Nabbers and hopefully see you next time around on a streamed game. And Kat, this is taking it home. It's the end of the stream. It's been a long weekend so far. So Kat, lovely to have you on the desk with me. You guys should go follow him over at Catinator3K on Twitter. I'm Ash, or also known on Twitter as AshCasts. But that's the end of the line for us. It's been an amazing series so far. But before we do send it off, Polyhype has a couple goodbyes to say. We'll see you guys next time.
Thank you so much, Ash, as we are back with the conclusion of VALORANT here at the CECC South Online Qualifier. Remember, the teams that qualify for this online event will qualify for our next event that will allow you to basically make it to the CECC LAN. But without further ado, we do have still some more South Online Regional Qualifier action happening on our sister channel, Esports U2. That'll be going down with some Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. So if you're into the FGC and fighting games, make sure to head on over to Esports U2 for the conclusion of some of this collegiate Smash Brothers action. But just to take a round out here at VALORANT, let's take a look at the playing field. It was the top four, an interesting set here. The number 1 seed is Winthrop VALORANT. They wind up taking 3rd place here. UCF Knights take 4th. UCF Knights coming in as the 14th seed and played amazing throughout this entire tournament. They do wind up taking 4th. Winthrop takes 3rd, and it was TAMU, Texas A&M University. White team and their sister, the Maroon team. I might have mixed that up, said it backwards, but either way, 2 teams coming from TAMU, and this is a big notoriety here as they both make it to the grand finals of the VALORANT region. So Texas A&M doing something right there for VALORANT. As we see throughout the year, how will this collegiate VALORANT landscape shape up before we get to the CEC Grand Final in May? So without further ado, over to Orbital and Kilomiles on Esports U2 for some more collegiate Super Smash Brothers Ultimate action. I've been your host so far, Polyhype. So much love to all the colleges, universities, students, competitors, commentators, production, everyone that has been a part of, once again, the first event for our 2022-2023 season over to Esports U.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do.
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro. CEO of New Street. And New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So you know, the value proposition for us starts with, you know, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, you know, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, you know, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Yeah.
Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, you know, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want,
is it
but
like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so you know, collectibles, you know, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to. You know, when you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, you know, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately, and so if those companies are foregone, you know, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game, it was a lot of fun, and so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the game